Yeah, Sneeko, yes. How you doing, man? Shalom. How are you, Rabbi?
Good.
Good to see you. What do you think about the results of the election?
I think the hate that we witness is unbelievable.
Yes.
It's a tap on the genocide of 2 years. We witness this hate towards our pro-Palestine mayor now is unbelievable.
Yes.
So we are here to say that the whole propaganda of Zionism is now in danger.
It is.
They told the Jews will be in danger.
Right.
We will run. We see Jews running out from the city.
Right.
This is totally wrong. Because the Zionist propaganda is in danger because they want Jews should think
They're panicking right now.
The
The Zionists are panicking.
Yeah, they think when we have a Muslim mayor, we'll be in danger.
Right.
So when the world will see Jews living in peace with a Muslim mayor, the same like we lived prior to the movement of Zionism,
Exactly.
then the whole world will see that the Zionist movement is
Needs
the
to be
problem.
destroyed.
Is the problem.
It is the problem. You see, Trump posted today on Truth Social, any Jewish person that votes for Zohar Mamdani, a proven and professed Jew hater, is a stupid person. What do you think about Trump saying that?
I'm as a Jew, I need to speak with respect to the president, but he needs to realize that this propaganda, we need to get rid of this propaganda. It's 77 years of occupation, of bloodshed. This has to be stopped. We had a beautiful peace prior to the movement of Zionism. Because I'm loving Jews, I'm here to say that all this hatred, all this against Mamdani is totally false. Because I'm loving Jewish people. Because I'm loving Jewish people, I'm here to say from the river to the sea, Palestine should be free.
It's the Homeless Left with Matt Weinglass and co-host Craig Pasta Jardula and Jay Scott. Episode 145, Kill Them Over There. And an all-new top censored news of the week. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
All right, here we go. Welcome, everyone, to the Homeless Left. I'm Matt Weinglass. This is your non-tribal approach to news network. We're here all afternoon today, this Thursday. We had the election happen on Tuesday. We were here live covering the daytime activities there, and now we can certainly give you guys some commentary on what went down in regards to mainly the mayoral race, and we're going to be talking more about Mamdani and all the angles there. There's a lot going on there, the stuff they're not telling you on mainstream, which is why we do this show. We have a lot of other stuff happening as well. We're calling today's show Kill Them Over There, and that's language that's derived from the terrorists, the war on terror that we originated through the Bush-Cheney years. Oh, Cheney, that's another one in the news. We covered that also on Tuesday. Darth Vader is officially dead. Unfortunately, he did not die in a prison cell. That's really our message here to people, to remind them where the war machine comes from, and then the years before that. But we always look at the world with critical thinking skills. Historical context matters, and here we are using the same verbiage, this "kill them over there" verbiage, and we're on the brink of multiple wars. We're already obviously been committing genocide in Gaza, pushing the Greater Israel Project all throughout the Middle East. We've had this proxy war in Ukraine going on several years, straight through the Biden administration, and it has not shown any signs of stopping. Obviously, I know a lot of people are shocked it hasn't stopped, but we know the game, we know the drill. And again, here we are killing them over there so they don't get us here. Now in Venezuela, now we have another pushing war in Mexico. We got Nigeria. The list goes on and on and on. This president is probably what we could call the loudest and most vocal about American imperialism and the Western war machine and the Greater Israel Project, more vocal than anyone before him. Does that mean we've never done this before? Oh, we've been doing this the whole time. I think because of him being so vocal, it's allowed a lot more people to wake up to it, which is good. It's good that people are paying attention. We slept through the Obama years, didn't we? I say we, in a sense. You guys know the sentiment during the Obama years was mission accomplished. He looks like us, so let's take a nap. Well, we're not taking any more naps. We're not going to fall for that anymore. We didn't fall for that, Bernie, and now we got Mamdani. So we're going to go through this one at a time. Today, we're going to have our co-host. You guys know Craig Pasta will be with us here shortly. We have Jay Scott coming in later in the show. So we have a lot of stuff to get through today. We also have Leslie. She's going to be doing some talking back with you, Nurse Leslie. So you guys get on the comments, get into our Rumble chat and our YouTube chat as well. We're doing pretty good on YouTube. It's you guys know about it's the new channel. We have to call it THL Presents because the Homeless Left got terminated. That's what happened. So this is the actual channel now. We're shocked that it's doing so well in such a short period of time. That's because of you guys. So go get on that channel if you haven't already, just to show that algorithm that we're here and we mean it. And the most engagement we're getting is the critique on Israel. That's actually interesting that our YouTube channel is getting mostly that, because that is the thing we know a lot of people get punished for. And we certainly have our share of being punished. We also get punished for the medical misinformation, right? We can't talk about COVID. We can't talk about anything that goes against the state designated narrative for our medical health. But no, that's not a thing anymore. So we're gonna actually have the discussions, and we're gonna continue doing this. We're not changing. We're gonna keep doing what we're doing, and that's how it is. Here on Rumble, we're have to acknowledge that they haven't pulled the plug on us. Now that's the surveillance state. Obviously, Rumble, it's all about keeping tabs on us. We know how that works. But at least they don't pull the plug. So you guys can always go back and watch all of our episodes. They're all on Rumble. We don't take any of our lives down because we stand behind all of our work, even when things change. When I say things change, is we have access to new information. We look back at stuff. We can change our minds. We can evolve our conscious thought in real time. But we can also hold true to where we came from. We have nothing to hide behind. You can screenshot any of our tweets. You can go and clip any of our work. And even if our opinions have evolved since then, you ain't going to hold it against us because we stand behind that evolution, because we are consistent how we look at the world, how we treat other people. We're consistent. We're never the bullies, right? We're never the cancelers. We get canceled, we get bullied, and then we stand up for ourselves. But we always go about in the world in the same way. So even as we evolve and learn and grow, we can still stand behind our work. So we're never going to take stuff down and hide behind anything. And you certainly can't blackmail us for anything, because we're just, doing honest work. And again, it's critical thinking skills. You got to take off those tribal goggles and start looking at the world with those skills that we all have. We all have critical thinking skills. It's just kind of been suppressed in a lot of us. And it's time to get those back. And the way you get those back is you take off the tribal goggles and you start looking at the world from a non-tribal point of view, where you can be critical and honest about everything that goes down. And I tell you guys, if it's a new thing for you, you're probably discovering that it's actually much easier. It's easier, so you don't have to maneuver and try and defend a team and make sure the other team's bad. That's hard to do. That's actually really hard to do, because things are like this. It's not East versus West. This is not a sports match. This is real life. And there's not a championship game with a trophy that's going to be given to the winning team. I know they want us to think that, and you might be thinking that there's some award coming at the end. There is no end. This is our lives. So you guys know how it is. You know the drill. Thanks for being here with us today. We're going to get to the show right now. I have seen that there is it's very interesting. I think we have a little shadow banning going on here. I've never seen the engagement so low on Rumble in several months. This is insane. Okay, let's hope our regulars can find us and you guys can stumble on us and we're not being, this is weird, actually. I don't know what's going on here. Maybe, you know what we should do? Let's go ahead and bring in our co-host right now. We can talk about it and see if he knows what's happening, because this is very, very strange for us right now. But let's get going. Either way, here we go, guys. You know him, you love him. Please welcome back to the show, Craig Pasta Jardula.
Hey, buddy. How you doing, man?
Good. How are you?
Good. How do you like the new setup?
Look at that, man. That is solid. I'm loving it.
Got a good camera, my face, I got to put makeup on now because, with the nice camera, like it gets all the blemishes.
Yeah, hey, it's okay, man. That's how we do it. The theater, film, acting days. We know how it is. You get ready for lights, camera, action. It's okay.
I know.
That's okay. We got to do what we got to do.
Well, I think we're going to be shadow banned and throttled hard right now, especially with the Mamdani win. Look, it's weird to me. I don't believe these things happen on accident. I believe there's a reason why they do happen. I think that at the end of the day, maybe the Western elites and the Zionists all sitting down at the table decided that it's more profitable to have a divisive character like Mamdani go in there as far as American, reactionaries will play out. I think when we saw Charlie Kirk, we had this kind of disagreement, not necessarily who did it, because once again, Western elites and Zionists are probably tied at the hip, right? It's probably all one cabal working together. But I'm assuming at times they're going to take kind of like, chances or whatnot, or mitigate damage. And maybe the fact that, we saw Charlie Kirk when that situation happened, how divisive it was for people in the United States. I mean, unfortunately, there were people who were kind of praising his death in a way. I didn't even praise, you shouldn't praise anybody's death, even though that the world does seem a lot lighter today with Dick Cheney not being here, which we'll get to that, the language, the way they use language to redefine and reclassify adversaries, to redirect, as far as what could be done in legal terms, to take away due process for a reason. And that's why we have to ask those questions. But times like with Mamdani right now, I think they'll be throttling for those who've shown out in front that they're anti-Zionist fully through. We didn't have to wait for Candace Owens and Dan Blazarian and Myron Gaines and all these guys to come around, including Sneeko, right? Which, curious, if you ask Sneeko the question, hey, if you had a choice to go back and change your vote in the election, would you have changed it? I'm kind of curious to see what he would say. I would bet that he would still say he'd vote for Donald Trump, but
I know you've said that a few times with people. You're assuming the worst, that they won't, because we've seen it before. We've seen other people double down and never say, hey, I regret what I did. But let's give these people a chance, because maybe they do. Maybe they do.
Not
maybe
what chance they need. He was wearing a Make America Great Again hat on, what I'm saying, with American flag around him. They've done so many things before. They've already spoken up. Only Dave Smith is the one I've heard come forth and say, hey, I was wrong. I fucked up. I won't do it. I wouldn't do it again. He's the only one. The only one. It's beyond that time. They don't get any more chances. They need to speak up right fucking now, because off the coast, not too far here, going down south, there's a country called Venezuela where there's these extrajudicial murders taking place, unjustified, and it's only going to get worse. They need to speak up now, today. It's too late now.
I don't necessarily agree. I think that right now, calling out the BS, calling out the Israel first stuff is important. That's the most important part. When we get to a time when we're starting to, and we know the drill, the four-year clock, we know the drill. There's a certain moment where people start talking about, let's start rallying the next person or the next movement. Then I will be with you on that, Craig. I'll be like, who are you rallying us to? What's your next target, and who are you taking your followers to? Then I would be concerned. But right now, I think it is important, and it's great that people who voted for him less than a year ago, Craig, I mean, this would be the time that they did it. We're at that year mark, right? This is when they actually cast the vote. So we're one quarter into this thing, and they're shouting like crazy about, I didn't vote for Israel first. That's good. That's a great place to start. Let's start with that. And then I'll be with you. If they're saying, hey, let's get behind whoever, Vance or whoever the hell they think they're going to put up there in 28. But let's let this vocal
impeachment is not there for the benefit. Impeachment is not there for the benefit of the congressional members and people who want to play, the politicians who want to play football and professional wrestling. Impeachment's supposed to be there for the benefit of the people, right? So we don't have to wait 4 years. And the guy's done enough right now where we need to be hearing a side calling for impeachment. You know what I'm saying? Calling for impeachment. So we'll see, because I still see a lot of people supporting him, rallying him. The rhetoric where I'm at, and I am in an older conservative Jewish community, right? I don't want to even say Jewish, it's Zionist community, right? These are very wealthy, well-off people. But I still hear the same for them. And I still see them distracted by the propaganda, attacking the people at the No Kings protest, which is, once again, controlled opposition. So I think we're beyond the curve right now. We need to get people out there, and they need to start opening their mouths and understanding and realizing what's going on. We had Obama. We went through it. They have Trump. They've gone through it. Enough is enough now. We're being played because that 60-minute interview, which is more of the same bullshit. It was depressing to see how far we've digressed.
No, and we're not expecting these policies to change at all. We know it's the peace president is actually the war president. We know that. That's how it goes. So that's not changing. I think we should let's get into tops. Actually, let me set this up. Anything you want to add before we get going on top censored news here? I just want to make sure we're all set up.
No, let's just get into it.
Okay, let's go. Hold on. Okay. All right. I guess they're starting to come in. Welcome, guys. We hope there's been an algorithm issue on Rumble. We usually don't have that problem so bad on Rumble. It's usually just on YouTube. But it is, this, I guess, expect anything, right? We can't count on anything. That's what I'm starting to realize here, Craig. That nothing's secure here, right? Even when you think your channel's great, you wake up and it's gone. Like that's the world we're living in right now. You wake up and your channel's gone. So we just have to understand it's an all-out war against the censorship industrial complex. Okay. Here we go. Let's get to what you guys know. We always like to start the show on Thursdays with a little top censored news of the week. So without further ado, let's go ahead and start it up. Okay. Here we go. Uncanceled Comedy Collective presents Top Censored News of the Week. It's Top Censored News of the Week. We're bringing you the stories the mainstream media just refuses to cover. If they do cover them, they always do it in a very dishonest or sloppy way, and it's always on purpose. I'm here with co-host Craig Pasta Jardula. We're going to count down the top 3 stories this week that the mainstream is not telling you accurately about or at all, if at all. So let's start with the number 3 story we have here. Coming in at number 3, Ukrainians have become unhinged as soldiers panic. Zelensky's militants are raiding Orthodox churches. And it's interesting, Craig. We're not seeing really any Ukraine coverage at all right now. Very bizarre, because this the mainstream was really big on this during the Biden years. All the big 3 were shoving it down our throat about saving democracy and Zelensky winning an Oscar or whatever they were doing with him out here in HOLLYWOKE. But here we are, and we're still going full blown down to the last Ukrainian, as our good friend of the show, Lindsey Graham, says. Let's see what's going on in that Orthodox church. We just saw this make the rounds here. These are Ukrainian militants paid for by European taxpayers and American taxpayers. Yeah, so while Bernie is calling Israel and the siege, the war on Gaza, it's a war, right? Not an occupation or an annihilation or a genocide. He says it's a humanitarian crisis, but he will escort you out of a rally if you claim that Ukraine is a proxy war and we need to stop funding this insanity, and he'll even in some cases have you arrested at a rally when you come there with the same adage, which is, why do we keep funding this insanity, because that's what this is starting to remind me of, are the IDF soldiers. That's what I'm looking at right now. But here, let's before you chime in, let's look at some of the reactions. We see this all the time, but this is just yet another one. Here's a woman crying because why? Because they're stealing all the men that are remaining alive, and they're forcing them on the front lines and having them slaughtered, and they get slaughtered usually within the first 24, 48 hours. And they know this too. That's why this is happening.
Та не трогайте його. Так що ви робите? Це просто робити.
Там куди вони уїбуть?
А дівчину де цей? Дівчину в машину теж?
Wow, that's crazy, man.
And
That's what we're paying for, by the way. That's what we're funding.
For.
Yeah,
And here's
we're paying for that.
We're paying for that. Here's one more that I saw a community note where they said it looks like it might be AI. I don't know. I don't think so. Because usually when you get the AI warning, that you get, Grok will say this is definitely AI. But I think people were just trying to, lessen the blow. But this is, if it is AI, you tell me what you think. You guys tell us what you think. But this is what the feeling, the sentiment is like from the young soldier that doesn't want to be doing this. They're forced into the front line and they know they're going to die. This is what it feels like. This shot right here.
I think that, Matt, you should let people know.
Go ahead.
For those who are just listening out there, we're showing clips of people who are in Ukraine, soldiers in Ukraine, who are grabbing people in Kiev or one of the major cities and just kidnapping young men, throwing them in vans and taking them off to die in the front line. As Matt explained, that they're dying within the first 24 to 48 hours. For those out there who are listening, you go back and watch the video. This is hard to watch.
This is hard to watch. Exactly. And I don't know if I believe this community note, but I think that people don't want to believe this. If they were championing this Ukrainian flag in their social media for the last 3 years, and then they're seeing this, I get it. Like, you don't want to believe this. You don't want to believe that this is where your money is going to. Check this out.
Меня мобилизовало, я еду в часов, Яр. Помоги, не хочу умирать. Мне всего 23, помогите, пожалуйста.
So yeah, so what's being said here, and this is like a 23-year-old, and this is why I don't think the community notes are accurate, because there's somebody trying to defend the fact that he can't be 23 because the cutoff age is 25 to be enlisted, but that's not true at all. We know they're going after way younger than 25. So for that to be the logic of not to believe this innocent man's tears, who's innocent in this moment, because he doesn't want to be doing this. And he's probably not going to be alive. And if it's not him, it's someone else who didn't get their crying on camera and didn't get it uploaded to social media. But they are certainly in tears right now. And nobody here is doing anything about it. And the media stopped reporting on this, Craig.
Yeah.
So
there's also, now we did see some clips not too long ago of a Canadian activists kind of arguing with some people, Ukrainians, that were kind of trying to, that's Russian disinformation. There's still some people still hanging on to what's going on. But when I see this right here, the first thing that crosses my mind is if Vladimir Putin sees this, if Sergei Lavrov sees this, I hope this would encourage them. And I don't know what they're doing. Just take Kiev at this point. Take Kiev. Stop. They're not going to change. Donald Trump is not going to end this thing. Take Kiev already. Because this shit's going to continue to happen. You have a group of people just grabbing people off the street. There's people fleeing everywhere. Didn't you have a story a couple weeks ago? You were talking about it, Matt, where so many hundreds of thousands of people, they're just fleeing now because they're afraid they're going to get picked up, thrown on the front line, and then just sent like sheep to slaughter. And I'm sick and tired of hearing the regurgitated reports where people are trying to act like Ukrainian can win and fight this war. That's why it was so ridiculous, and it was beyond enough is enough when Donald Trump even said, oh, they could win this war. And then he was questioned about it later. I said they could win this war. I didn't say they would win this war. What are we in the 6th fucking grade?
Yeah.
Enough. Take Kiev. Stop this slaughter. I know you'll have other areas of where something like this is almost going to be the guerrilla fighting and, you know, how people would just get locked down in places and try to, I don't know what to say anymore, but this can't happen. They can't just continue to send these kids to get butchered.
Yeah. And, you know, drawing the comparison between what's happening in Ukraine and Israel and Gaza. And we know that we've heard people tell us, well, why would you be for the you know, they have the David and Goliath thing. How could you be for Palestine, but not for Ukraine? And we've heard that logic. These are like
that's ridiculous.
It's
wow.
Insane. These are like the Bernie bros that are still holding on to this idea that you don't actually look at the information. You don't actually do your own research. You just go with the sentiment of, oh, David good, Goliath bad. That makes sense. No, just because you happen to get Palestine right, but you don't understand what's happening in Ukraine. You haven't looked at it. You don't know the history. Let's understand this journalist right here. This is making the rounds. This is a question being asked by an Italian journalist, and this person cannot answer this question as he makes the correlation between the genocide in Gaza and what in the proxy war in Ukraine. Check this out. It's done very well, and it's very honest. No response to this question.
Repeating several times that Russia should repay for the reconstruction of Ukraine. Do you believe Israel should repay for the reconstruction of Gaza, since they have destroyed almost all the strip and the civilian infrastructures? Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriele. It's definitely an interesting question on which I would not have any comment at this stage.
There you are. You don't want to draw those correlations at all.
Do you know that there was a tweet out there? I don't know if you can confirm it or not, Matt, that journalist was then fired the next day.
Yes. You know what? I saw that. I said it was tweeted several places, but I didn't see the official that it was official. But yes, people are sharing that out that he was fired. And because there's certain things you can't do, right? You can't go and be in these rooms. You can't be invited in and have access and then put people on the spot like that. So you're made an example.
Or they'll carry you out of the room like San Husseini, right? Max Blumenthal, get your ass out of here and stuff.
Yeah,
so.
they say you're out of here. And again, if you guys are just now starting to get curious about Ukraine and what we did, what NATO did to set that situation up in 2014, and you're just starting to look at it, why don't you listen to Zelensky? This is very important. Zelensky in 2022. So this is right at the beginning of this thing. He's going to tell us that it's the West, that they don't mind having these long drawn out wars because it's about exhausting Russia, and that the idea is that that the demise of Ukraine, ultimately it will cost Ukrainian lives. But there's an idea he's giving away the game plan and pretending like, oh, we're caring about Ukrainian lives. Clearly we're not, because by doing this, by signing up for this, this is coming to fruition. We are, like Lindsey Graham said, down to the last Ukrainian. Here's Zelensky. Everyone has varied interests. There are those in the West who don't mind a long war. Because it would mean exhausting Russia, even if this means the demise of Ukraine. And comes at the cost of Ukrainian lives. It's definitely is in the interest of some countries. There you go. It's the interest of the countries. Again, this has never been about saving democracy, but you guys know the drill. You know, we've been on the right side on this the whole way. And it's unfortunate that too many people are playing tribal politics on this still. And again, the point of the story right now is that no one's talking about Ukraine right now because there's so much else that we are nefariously stirring up, and egging on, because we are just one big fat war machine.
Yeah, but we also, Matt, the media has provided a lot of distractions along with the state. You know, the government shutdown is just ridiculous. It's a big part of where, and you still see so many people out there getting just like uber tribal, right? Like, it's the Democrats' fault. It's the Republicans' fault. Even Donald Trump played into it. So I'm sure there was a bunch of nut jobs, saying it's the Democrats' fault. No, this is like a stage kabuki theater. Every so often, every couple of years, they do this. They play this all the time. The Democrats know it's coming. The Republicans know it's coming. They can end this, but it's a great distraction, and it's a great tool for them because they also, right now, they're just feeding the people who have who are looking for confirmation bias. The Democrat and the lefties, they're starting to get some people out there that are going, man, who am I going to vote for next election now? This is not what I wanted, whatnot. And they're still stuck in that two-party illusion, that two-party mindset, right? Yeah. So they're already starting to thinking about handsome Newsom or whatever and stuff. The Republicans, they're losing those independents that voted for them, right? Yeah. They're just gone at this point. So when they hear this whole tribal bullshit, it's just very distracting. It's not allowing us to look what's going on because as you see what we're talking about, we're looking at here in regards to Ukraine. And I keep, I got a little excited and say, take Kiev. We need pitchforks. The way these politicians, not only here, but in Europe, can keep playing this fucking game and just sending poor kids off to get slaughtered is disgusting. It's disgusting what's happening in Gaza, Israel. I don't think the majority of Americans want this. And it's enough is enough. It's not only time is it time for Russia to take Kiev in this country and in the West, in Europe, it's time for fucking pitchforks. Enough.
Enough.
I mean that, peacefully.
Peacefully, yes. Non-violent pitchforks.
The pitchfork is just there so people could see it. It's symbolic.
Yeah. Yes. It's symbolism for sure. Okay. Coming in at number 2, 12 Israeli-linked cell phones were detected at Utah Valley University on the day Charlie Kirk was assassinated. Must be a coincidence. That's what I'm thinking. That's my first thought, Craig, is total coincidence. Let's see the report. Oops, sorry, wrong one. I got it. Out in post. I got it. That one out.
Wait till we get to Mario on the Wall's bullshit later.
We're gonna get to that one.
We'll get to his bullshit later.
Oh, can't wait. Okay. Let's look at the cell phone situation here that clearly you're not going to get if you turn on mainstream media. Here we go. Shadow of Israel puts this out. Candace Owen drops a bombshell revealing that 12 Israeli-linked cell phones were detected at Utah Valley University the day Charlie Kirk was taken out. She claims the phones were registered in Israel. According to Owens, the revelation has shaken officials in Washington, with Kash Patel and the NSA allegedly scrambling to keep the information from reaching the public. Okay, well, we have, okay, let's go ahead and watch the clip from Candace herself. Here we go.
And gentlemen, there were, for whatever reason, 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground at Utah Valley University the day that Charlie Kirk was assassinated. This has completely spooked the people that are very high up in government. Now, to be clear, I don't mean that there were 12 VPNs that were switched and routed through Israel on that day. I mean that there were 12 personal cell phone accounts that were opened in Israel, okay? Like you go into Verizon in Tennessee or in Connecticut and you open your phone. I am saying that they opened their phones in Israel, those accounts in Israel, and they were on the ground on September 10th at Utah Valley University when Charlie was shot. Now, the NSA knows this. Kash Patel knows this. People in the current administration know this.
Okay, now let's look
at
the
reaction. CIA cup there that she has?
I think that's got to be ironic, right? Of course it is. No,
I would
right?
think.
Come on, that's an ironic placement. I think it being an ironic placement, it's kind of funny actually.
I don't know. She does run commercials for Oracle,
but that's okay. But
I don't know.
She's not selling anything there except this. It looks ironic to me. That's.
I would hope so.
Yeah. Let's hope for the best on that.
The cross is not ironic though. The cross is not ironic though. Yeah.
No. That's okay. We understand that there are Christians who feel that they were played and manipulated, and that's their motivation to be vocal right now, and that's fine. We're not all coming from that place, obviously, but wherever you're coming from, it's fine. Whatever it takes to get you angry and want to have answers and want to call out when we're getting information kept from us on purpose, and then we're called the conspiracy theorists and we're canceled. That's important. I don't care where your starting point was. If you get to that place to be a voice for people who are being pushed aside and punished for wanting to have discussions, then I'm for you. I don't care where you started, where your starting point is, and that's fine. That's where I'm at. Now let's look at the reaction to this one. So we have this is from Linda Mason. So 12 Israeli linked foreign phones found to be on location at the event where he was assassinated. She got the date wrong. It's 9/10. But I see we still have 9/11 in our lexicon, so that's an honest mistake. The worst part is that they're covering up the fact that these 12 confirmed foreign linked phones tied to a foreign nation known as Israel the day Charlie was shot. Why are they hiding this intel? Ladies and gentlemen, the writing's on the wall. How naive can you be? And I'm not one to punch down at people, but I would say this: you have a motive, you have a cover up here, clearly, and the entire team of Charlie Kirk, we've seen time and time again, has fitting, as she says, the textbook definition of shady. Now, I want to give you one more of these because this part is important. I don't think Candace covered this. This is also of note. Charlie Kirk update. Watch close for the edit. Now, I wasn't able to download the video, but this is what she's saying is that there has been footage manipulated with, and we've known that. But here's the thing. So the cell phones, and this now you're connecting the dots. We have these. Why would you have these phones linked from Israel? What is the purpose? Well, the phones from the Utah campus were actually hacked from these phones. So you have this edited footage being edited in real time. And we know that multiple people, she says there, that were present at the shooting have claimed that footage from their phones have been edited or deleted before they even got home that day. And we heard reports of that. So this is all starting to make sense that it's kind of seems to be all connected. That's what I'm looking at right now. This is highly suspect. Craig, your thoughts on this one?
Well, we know this last part to be true because, me myself have been victim to this. All my 9/11, not my 9/11, January 6th footage.
January 6th.
Yeah.
We also saw it with Lahaina too.
Yeah.
Lahaina.
Well, that's what we heard from a lot of people in Lahaina. I had somebody, like two people on that were, I filmed. One of them said, all my footage, from the fire that day is gone. So, it's just disappeared. So we know that to be true, right? Like I said, I've experienced it myself. All my January 6th footage, most of it is just gone. And I had a lot. I interviewed a couple people with my phone. I filmed a lot of stuff, and now it's just, so we know that to be true. Now, the 12 Israeli linked phones, I don't know why a lot of people are looking at that like that's a bombshell, right? There's a lot of people, Israelis that have dual citizenship that go back and forth with Israel and America. Why wouldn't 12 of them be at an event that Charlie Kirk was at?
That's a fair point.
I mean, there's a couple hundred people there. 12 of them.
No, that's a fair point, and you would expect.
Yeah. That's why I don't think it's a bombshell.
When they say bombshell or reveal, it's not just the information; it's how the FBI responds to it. That part's important too.
I get it. The FBI is corrupt. They're obviously hiding something up. This is why I'm saying that. My thought has always been that this is more homegrown, westernized kind of like hit job. Mm-hmm. Israel attached to it. But after this whole situation, I think my focus changed from what degrees of separation is going on between the West and the Zionists. Are they just attached at the hip? Who's actually making these decisions? And I've come to the conclusion that they're just operating together, where each side will just weigh the interest and kind of take turns of sorts, or they're working together, collaborating together to make sure that they can benefit from every false flag or any crisis, right?
Well, look, I would love to agree with that sentiment. However, there's just this one thing that kind of is like that elephant in the room of that argument is that only one side has to go from their country to the other country and manipulate, bribe, blackmail, create laws that you can't critique the other place. And so if I saw that going on in Israel, that if you weren't allowed to critique America and you would get punished for critiquing U.S. policy in Israel, and people in Israel getting bought off by U.S. lobby, then I would agree with that sentiment that it was more tied at the hip. However, I can't see that, Craig, because it seems that one, puts all their effort into controlling the other. And if we see those in all these different elements, from censorship, social media, the legal system, our laws being put in place, and following the money, the media, I don't see it.
Well, we don't know, Matt. We don't even know one single member of the Knesset. We don't know a name. We haven't looked at to it. How do we not know that there's military-industrial complex people influencing them? We don't know that. Look how much money the military-industrial complex has made fighting Israel's wars. You know what I'm saying? And once again, it's like we look at them, we automatically say the Wesley Clark list. And this is something that you've pointed out, I think, better than anybody. You're the first person I've ever heard say it. Is like Wesley Clark came out with that list, but Wesley Clark never said where that list came from. And we kind of know who it is because we've heard people like Ray McGovern, people like Douglas McGregor, people like Colonel Wilkerson say that the Pentagon is run by the Mossad, by Israel. You know what I'm saying? Or at least they have their voice there, and they're collaborating with somebody to make sure things are done.
Mossad agents tell us this.
Yeah.
We've heard actual Mossad agents say we've been in the Pentagon since 2001.
Absolutely. But we don't know the flip side of how much influence we have over there. And remember, we're the ones with thousands of bases. We're the ones with the multinational corporations that are making money as we conquer these countries. We're the ones who the military-industrial complex has made money hand over fist. So that's like I'm saying. And we don't know the collaboration that is taking place. If you look at the finances alone, how much the West has made, because all these bombs that are being dropped are American bombs.
Right.
So that's where there's a lot of money in that. Yeah. So like I said, Matt, I'm not saying that you're wrong, and I'm not saying that you're right. I'm saying that I think that's where I'm looking now, and that's what I'm trying to understand. And from everything I see, it seems like they're attached at the hip. Could be wrong. And, it could be, Israel wagging the dog, but it could be United States too as well, or it could just be a collaboration of both. I don't know.
Well, one of the greatest tricks I think they pulled off on us is that when we do critique Israel, we always talk about the money, and we talk about the taxpayers funding a genocide, or the taxpayers funding Israel foreign policy. And we'd say we're sick of it. We're sick of paying for everything, right? But the trick they pulled off was that we stopped talking about the money at the point of that we write the check, and we don't even consider our national debt. We don't consider the trillions of dollars. Who do we owe that to? Who do we owe the $1 trillion to? The banks, the Federal Reserve, which is the thing that was implemented, which started everything off. If we go back to the implementation of the Federal Reserve, that's what got everybody pissed off originally, and led to all
China a lot of money too. So, if they come calling too as well.
So what do we know about debt? We know that even if you're the one writing the check, who are you really working for? We know we work when we have credit card debt. That the credit card companies own us, right? Even though we're getting out the chart, we're getting out the Amex card, we're getting out the hey baby, don't worry, hey, I got you, right? First date, I'm gonna no, just charge it to my company account. I got this, baby. Well, who has that? You know what I'm saying? So like let's look at the full picture. Who's really wagging the dog here? Who's really controlling the puppet string?
That might be one and the same argument, because I believe a lot of people, with the names that own these banks, Rothschilds, right? So
this is what I'm talking about. You can't say the thing. You can't say the
listen, thing. I'm there with you. You know what I'm saying?
So we're okay.
I'm there with you.
I think we got it. I think we're there. Okay. Let's go. With that, let's get to the number one top censored news story of the week. Here we go. Number one, Trump is planning a secret ground ops in Mexico to hit drug labs and cartel leaders. Well, let's see how we got to this place. There's been obviously a lot of cartel situations that involve murdering politicians. We've seen this the entire the political landscape. When Sheinbaum was coming in, we saw all of her associates and people running these different elections. They were all getting murdered. There was like 37 of them being killed all throughout the same election season. And the mainstream doesn't do a good job of breaking these down. Well, I'm going to show you guys just the most recent one and see if this can maybe inform us of why this is happening now and why the media is not quick on reporting on this. So here we go. This is news out of Mexico. We have from Right Angle News Network, Carlos Manzo was mayor of Uruapan, Mexico, has been assassinated by cartels after pleading with President Sheinbaum to intervene in the city's cartel violence and heavily criticizing her inaction. And this is what I said, the 37, she's the same one who saw 37 of her opponents, quote unquote, pass away earlier in the election season last year. And there he is. He's dead. He was killed at the Day of the Dead event. He was with his family, and he was murdered right, like made an example of right in the middle of public execution, basically. And there she is. And so let's look at, there's an actual video from that incident. Here it is. Graphic content warning, but I think it's more of the audio graphic content, but check it out. Yeah, very tragic indeed. Now the people, the protesters were furious, and they're tired of this. And so what they did is they stormed the Mexico Governor Palace after the assassination. Here's a video of that. So, all that going on at the same time, and now we're getting word, and we want to figure out if these two incidences are connected. But now we got word yesterday. It's been confirmed since then by RT, but this is the first claim of this from Mexico City Daily News, is that the Trump administration is preparing a secret U.S. military mission in Mexico to target drug cartels, possibly with drone strikes. Discussions and training have begun, but nothing is final. President Sheinbaum defends Mexicans' sovereignty and warns that unilateral U.S. action could damage diplomatic relations. If approved, the mission would mean direct U.S. intervention on Mexican soil for the first time. And this from Code Pink. It's Trump's news. War threats are extending now to Mexico. He's now floating a military mission inside Mexican territory with drone strikes, U.S. troops, and CIA operatives under the same fake drug war, which we know is the excuse he's used to bomb Venezuelan boats, which has 67 people already been killed in those strikes. So she's pleading. This is Benjamin. She's telling us to tell our senators to support the war powers resolution to stop this war before it starts, and saying hands off Latin America. And then RT put this out. This is Trump is planning a ground ops in Mexico, and he's going to hit the quote the drug labs and cartel leaders. And this is a new mission, and it's basically, as he's now quietly drawing this plan, he's quietly drawing war plans for also Nigeria and Venezuela, which we know. So this is an all-out insanity on Trump's end and our end, and it's not being covered accurately or at all, really, in any honest way by our mainstream media. Pasta, what do you make of all this happening at the same time? Do you think that's related to all the cartel hits? And obviously, we know we fund the cartels. So are we making this happen in sort of a series of events to manufacture consent?
Well, this is really kind of beefing up, and this is something me and Fiorella had talked about, that when Trump got in, there'll be a lack of concern, a pulling away, a stepping away of sorts from Ukraine and Russia for sure. We would always back Israel and let them do what they have to do and take care of business, giving them whatever weaponry they need. But there was going to be attention from our intelligence apparatus, our military, towards away from parts of Asia and the Middle East, and refocused in Latin America, Monroe Doctrine style. No, the timing of this is not just a coincidence. Obviously, with Venezuela taking place, and then you have the situation where he's also kind of getting puffery against Colombia. We've shown the map before from 1930 that came out of the Club of Rome, which was another think tank, another NGO of sorts, an elitist group, very much like the Carlyle group or the WEF, and those particular group, Bilderberg, all these little small groups that go around, that they're supposedly the social engineers of the globe, and those are the ones who are setting it straight. And if you look at that map, it has Canada, when it looks at one block, it looks at Canada, United States. It's all red, all through Central America, and just Venezuela and Colombia, which are on the top of South America, and then Greenland too as well, right? Or is it Iceland? Which one did he want to buy, Iceland or Greenland? I think he wanted to buy Greenland, right? Greenland is ice, and Iceland is green.
Greenland's the cold one. I've been there. It's the cold one.
That's the one he wanted to get, Greenland. Greenland is ice, and Iceland is green.
Iceland is green, yes.
He wanted to get Greenland. He's talked about it. And I've always said when looking at that map, well, the one that's almost impossible for him to take is Mexico. There's no way that's going to happen. But now we see this. If we were serious about solving this problem, we would pump the brakes. Did we already put up Mario on the Walls thing? Not yet.
You know what? What did I
don't remember seeing
that one. You know what? Because I accidentally put it up too soon, and I think it got kind of shuffled around. I'm gonna find it again, but first let me welcome into the chat here, or into the show. We have Due Dissidence has rated the stream. Thank you guys coming on in from Due Dissidence. We welcome you guys into the show, and make sure you hit not just the like, because we also the subscription on the channel is also important, so you guys can get notifications when we go live. We're here Tuesdays and Thursdays. We appreciate all your guys' engagement, and we've been having some algorithm issues today, so we're happy to welcome you guys in as we are in the middle of the chat. This is our top censored news of the week. I'm here with Craig Pasta, Jardula, and we're actually at the #1 story right now, so you guys came in a good time. I just wanted to welcome them in. Let me find that. Let me find that one again.
Is he here?
That's important because I know you had some thoughts on it. Here we go.
Well, while you're looking for it, let me just say this much. This is what needs to happen, right?
Yeah.
A full-scale investigation with the relationship between the CIA and the cartel needs to come to fruition. We need to know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Because we've heard a lot of discussions lately, and if you listen to or watch Judge Napolitano's show, he's had some people in there, ex-CIA, whatnot, ex-military, Ray McGovern, Colonel Wilkerson, Larry Johnson, all these people, and they talk about it, and we were able, and you were there that night with me and you and Jeremy, we were able to meet Freeway Rick Ross and talk to Rick Ross. And he, as far as I'm concerned, is the linchpin. Freeway Rick Ross was the man who was the head of the gang in South Central that took in cocaine, turned it to crack, and then sold it in the streets. I don't know if it was turned into crack by the time it was given to him or after. I'd like to ask him those details. But supposedly he alleged that it was given to him by the CIA and members of the CIA. The CIA then sold those that drugs on the street, took that money, got weapons to the Contras in Latin America because the government, the Congress, would not fund the Contras at all for a civil war in Nicaragua. So the CIA had to find, in other words, they also sold weapons to, I believe, oppositions in Iran too as well. That's why it was called the Iran-Contra scandal. So we understood there was a relationship. There were CIA assets that helped drug lords in Bolivia and Colombia get that cocaine, and Nicaragua too as well, get cocaine into the States. They couldn't do it without them. So there's this argument growing. And like I said, on Judge Napolitano's show, you'll have a couple of people saying the CIA was never involved in that, or the CIA they weren't necessarily involved. They knew and they turned a blind eye. And there's people who say, no, the CIA worked along with the cartel to get that stuff in here to make a shit ton of money because it funded their black operations. So if we are serious about anything, and this is something Donald Trump was supposed to be, right? He was supposed to be against the deep state. He was supposed to be the president that was going to shake everything up. Well, what relationship today, current day, present day, does the CIA and the cartels have? We need to know. The American people need to know what relationship they have. And once we start there, we can then start working in another direction. But for me, this seems like just a way, an excuse to go in there and start to destabilize Mexico for whatever reason. This seems like a big destabilization project going on. And it's going to start with black ops and military operations everywhere. We also have an election coming up in Honduras at the end of the month. That means a lot, right? If they get to pump it in. One thing that people don't realize right now, that in Bolivia, the West got it back. They were able to fracture what was going on with Evo Morales and that particular party and not allow him to run again, even though they wanted to change the constitution, because the majority of the people overwhelmingly wanted Evo Morales to be the president. And that's fine, right? That's why I don't necessarily believe in term limits. If you got a good leader, he's doing a good job, you trust him, you should be able to vote for him. You just should have a fair system where you can vote people out as well. But the United States got back Bolivia. And there's a shit ton of lithium there, Matt. So all these minerals and all these rare resources that are in these countries, the West wants them. You also have an election in Nicaragua next year. So Central America has to go. They have to get it. They have to get their grips on it. So there's a lot of stuff going on, and it's not just a coincidence. I'm wondering about this situation right here, because I've spoke to Derek Brose before, and Derek Brose lives down in Mexico, and he's even said, he goes, well, the cartels are running muck and nobody's doing anything about it. So there is a little bit of that going on. I would think that AMLO and Claudia, who they do prospectively run their country, they have a big stronghold on their country and their economy. Those are guys also that wanted to nationalize the lithium, and they formed a pact. So at the end of the day, eventually, they got to go. They're in the way. Claudia Sheinbaum is in the way. Is she being hesitant or not? Or is she being controlled by the cartels or whatever? Because that's the image they're going to present. They're being controlled by the cartels. We got to take them out. We got to take the cartels out. Sorry, go ahead, buddy.
No, it's one or the other. She's either being controlled, or she's either in on it, or doesn't have a say. She doesn't get to defend these people that are speaking up. These mayors are getting executed. She doesn't get to do that. And that's just how it is, man. We talked about the other stuff going on in Mexico, the digital ID stuff, that she has no clue how to stop it. So she just has to let it happen. She doesn't seem to have the power at all that you'd hope she could have. But even if she did, if she put more power to the table, she might be the next one to go. So it's like, here we go. So I found this, I found the tweet here. Let's round off this segment here and get your response to this. If you want to read, do you want to read this one?
Mario on the wall, the man who's full of shit. The real power in Mexico still belongs to the cartels. Carlos Manzo tried to take on the cartels. Spoilers, the cartels won. He wasn't some rogue cowboy. He was a sitting mayor doing what politicians always promise and rarely deliver, actually confronting organized crime. But in a country where cartels often feel more permanent than elected officials, that kind of courage doesn't earn medals. If you get ignored, isolated, and eventually shot dead at a public holiday event, President Claudia Sheinbaum didn't just deny him, she practically left him on red. Now she wants to investigate his murder as if the story ends at the crime scene. But the real scandal isn't that he was killed. It's that no one with power helped him before he was. Because in places like Europan, cartels don't just kill people. They kill the idea that anyone can stand up to them and live.
I mean, he kind of might be onto something there.
No, that's with no fucking idea or sense of what's going on, what's been going on in Mexico for years, how closely tied the intelligence apparatus is to the Mexican intelligence apparatus. You don't remember AMLO's Moreno party just came into power last election. You're talking over 100 years of their two-party duopoly running things and on a leash from the Americans, controlled by the Americans. They're not just going to go in there and overturn things in one night. There's only so much she can do. And Claudia Sheinbaum won the election because she put herself on the side of the poor, just like AMLO did. This isn't a politician who hides. And I'm not saying she's perfect, but this is a politician like AMLO who gets up every morning and addresses the country and talks to them. This is a politician whose party They hold referendums. Halfway through their terms, they put their seat up to the people, saying that if you don't think I'm doing a good job, let's vote me out right now. If you say I'm not doing a good job, I will call snap elections. This is what AMLO did 3 years into his 6-year terms. I'll call snap elections, and I'll put myself up. I'll leave if you say so, and you can elect somebody else. But if you say I'm doing a good job, I'll move forward. That is something that this party does. That is something that Claudia Sheinbaum has done. And, like I said, infrastructure projects. So Mario's talking from a place that he doesn't know what the fuck is going on. Okay. I don't think he's ever even been down there. But just like America has its problem, so does Mexico.
You clearly have beef with him on other issues, which he's been wrong on. Clearly, I understand that. He's wrong.
Constantly wrong,
Constantly wrong. However, I'm just pointing this out. Let me make a comparison to her with somebody that we also hope to be inside a good person. And so I'm not saying she's not a good person. I'm saying sometimes it's such a massive undertaking that there's not much you can get done. You might be able to get a little done, but the fact they let you in there, you had to compromise something. And I'm speaking none other than RFK Jr. had to compromise something to get in the door. So we hope for the best. Maybe baby steps. But that's what I'm comparing it to, okay?
Maybe, but different election system, a much cleaner election system where
I
actual
like
grassroots.
That.
Yeah.
But he also is up. He's up to get ousted anytime. He can get ousted anytime too. So nothing is guaranteed. But I appreciate that system where the people can say, hey, check in. How am I doing? I like that. That's great. Yeah. But also at the same time, you got a monster that you can't do much about except kind of play along here and there and get little baby steps as you go. That's what Maha's saying about RFK right now. And I think it's definitely a comparison there. That's all I'm saying. But this is something, again, the story here is more war, more occupation, more stealing of resources, more controlling the narrative, and more
I just want to say, RFK is fucking from a royalty family. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Very privileged, growing up, was on Epstein's fucking plane, rubbed elbows with these people for years. A lot different story than Claudia Sheinbaum. That's all I'm saying.
Right. But it is shocking when they get into that. You go, I can't believe they got in. Like that happens, right? There's people that you go, wow, how did they get them in? They must have had to do something. Because I was shocked when she won that. I was like, wow. That's quite an accomplishment, and the people certainly wanted her in there. So it's good.
It seems like
she's in there.
There could be a situation like, okay, Matt, we understand that the people love you, and we're going to allow them to elect you in there, and we'll let you do certain things, but make sure you stay in your lane. Otherwise, there will become calling. It could be one of those situations right now. You know what I'm saying? We don't know. Yeah. You know, it's tough but it's certainly a totally different situation. And what Mario's doing, he's telling a one-sided story. And this guy's always done this shit too as well. He's full of shit, Mario.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's it. At least we're talking about it. Well, you're not going to get this conversation.
We're having real conversations, Matt, at the homeless fucking left. It's THL, baby.
That's right. And that should do it for Top
Censored News of the Week. Great Keith Olbermann impression there.
Yeah. Yeah. How many days since George Bush announced mission accomplished, Keith? Have you been counting? Okay. Let's move on. We're going to cover what is the next story? Oh, we got to do some Mamdani.
Where's Jay?
I think because we were on Tuesday and we saw that go down in real time. We knew he was going to get the win. Let me just make sure I set this up. Okay. You guys know we have to do multitasking sometimes. All right. Let's see here. Okay. So let's start with this. So Mamdani, obviously he wins this thing. He pisses off a lot of people. He gets a lot of other people excited. We're here to tell you guys there's a third angle on this that you're not getting, because if you turn on mainstream, you're either going to get the part where communism and Islam has won, the country's destroyed. Oh, get out. Or you're getting our savior's arrived. Everything's changed. He's going to fix it from within. And, it's all rainbows and sunshine from here on out. But no, those are not the only two options. But let's start with this. Because we weren't able to do this on Tuesday because this was later into the evening. But when he won, he did give a pretty, let's say a pretty powerful speech, to say the least. Let's play a clip of that, and then we'll go from there. Here we are.
So Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up. Taking advantage of their tenants. We will put an end to the culture of corruption that has allowed billionaires like Trump to evade taxation and exploit tax breaks. We will stand alongside unions and expand labor protections because we know, just as Donald Trump does, that when working people have ironclad rights, the bosses who seek to extort them become very small indeed. New York will remain a city of immigrants, a city built by immigrants, powered by immigrants, and as of tonight, led by an immigrant.
Well, he certainly rehearsed that one. And he punched all the notes. It's certainly, we talk about this Obama 2.0. We're always assigning the Obama 2.0, but maybe are we at 3.0 now or 4.0? But we're certainly understanding how you play people on their honest emotions. It's honest emotions that New Yorkers got to this breaking point, and they said we need something. We need somebody to represent us and somebody who's saying the right stuff. And I get that, and I understand it. Obviously, this also will upset a lot of the people that are going to get upset by this, saying, "Oh, Mamdani, he's not smiling anymore. Now he's in power. He's going to just be this angry guy, and I cannot believe what he's doing to." So you're seeing all these freakouts, and these people, these are Islamophobics people, a lot Islamophobia people. They're also people who have some sort of I want to coin a new term, Craig, communist derangement syndrome. That's also a thing, I think, where, oh my God, communism is coming. Oh my God. And so you see all that. But the good news about all those syndromes and delusions is that those people are moving out. The billionaires are actually moving out of New York. I think that's good. I think it's good that Israeli Zionists are saying we're not moving into New York. That's good. So those are good things that might have come from this. Here's just one tweet from one billionaire. George Santos says, "Sadly, it seems that my family and I will be departing the city I've called home my entire life. NYC will become a very dangerous place to live in if we elect Mayor Mamdani. That is a risk I am unwilling to take now, and I want to start growing my family." Okay, so this is what we're seeing. So Craig, now that we're going to go a little deeper into this, why? I'll just cut to the chase. Why did the establishment not just allow Mamdani to win, but why did they hand select him to win?
Because he's probably one of the most divisive candidate characters out there right now, especially on the left, aside from maybe a Barack Obama or a Hillary Clinton. I think he's just he's getting people to go to their corners. I mean, he's getting the people to show the ugliest side of them. This whole kind of, especially when there's a bunch of Trumpers that talk the way this idiot just talked. What's his name? George Santos, right?
Yeah.
You're going to sit there and you're going to be okay. Next week, Donald Trump is having Jolani come to the White House. You're talking about a real jihad head chopper, a radical that was fun. You know what I'm saying? He was on the FBI's or the CIA's hit list, right? The bounty list, whatnot. This guy was crazy. Now he's coming to the White House and he's okay with Donald Trump shaking his hand and crowning him the leader of Syria. But a guy who's comes from a point of privilege, very milquetoast and whatnot, is now the mayor of New York, and you're going to start going, he's a jihad. And I mean, you just really need to get your head screwed on straight. And that ugly part is really rearing its head, right?
Yeah.
So we're talking about one of the most divisive guys out there, but he's also a guy that could be controlled. And, this is the part. Look, if this sparks a point from what you opened up the show with when we saw Nico talking to the Hasidic Jew, when he was there in the streets, and they're saying, well, this is now good. This is a stamp that no longer will we allow any forms of Zionism to continue to take place. Zionism is the evil that's right now, that's the rot in American politics, and it's being backed by a lot of the politicians over here. We need to stem that out. If there is some form of movement from a lot of independent people where they're going to say, like, it's okay for me to come out on this now. We see New Yorkers come out of it. That's fine. That's something that's good. That's probably the only good that's going to come out of this. But just like all these other people, AOC, Obama, you just have to look and see who's funding them. They're allowing him to take place because he's controlled, right? And the system is designed to do what Zoran Mamdani is probably going to do. Give you these little emotional wins, right? Where you're going to then verify and validate your choice for him, right? But when you turn around and when push comes to shove, it's going to be the status quo that's going to take place. They'll make excuses. People will make excuses for him. But I don't think you're going to see this guy do a lot of what he says he's going to do. Not only that he's not capable of, but he's paid not to do so. So that is why I think they allowed him to become the mayor right now. They have Trump on one side. You need somebody on the left to really start kind of putting people in their corners. And this has really ramped up the team mentality in America.
Yeah, and I know it's a hard discussion to have with people that really they're desperate. I'll go on that again. I don't want us to be punching down at people who really are just desperate and they just want somebody to feel like they're in their corner. But we have a reality check for you. I like the way this dude breaks this down because we have to remind ourselves that you cannot change a system that's not fractured. The Democratic Party isn't fractured. It's functioning as it's designed to function. So you cannot fix that functionality from within. Exactly. How many times do we have to learn this? How many times do we have to say, okay, no, last time it was bad, but this time, no, it's always going to be this way. So I like this, but let's hear this guy break this down about why this will never change the Democratic Party from within.
Communist, and I do not support Zoran Mamdani. Zoran is self-admittingly a Democrat, a part of one of the two ruling imperialist and genocidal parties. You cannot reform the party of empire. You can't be left-wing inside the party of empire. This isn't about purity politics or the no true Scotsman's fallacy. It's a very basic point that to be left-wing is not just to oppose the system, but to do so with a certain degree of sovereignty on the basis of your own political organizations that you are held accountable to. The DSA organization that Zoran is a member of is not a political organization. It holds no sovereignty of its own. It's an appendage of the Democratic Party. Its aim is to get dissenting young people to support the establishment under the false hopes of turning the fascistic Democratic Party to the left. Zoran is not a...
That part's important. That's the point. It's to trick people into thinking they're part of the resistance when they're really just being stopped from having a real resistant movement. Let's hear him finish this.
Socialist. He stands against and defines himself in contrast to the tradition of 20th and 21st century socialism. In the middle of a criminal assault on the people of Venezuela and Cuba, Zoran is parroting McCarthyite anti-communist lies about these countries, calling their democratically elected leaders dictators. An individual who condemns socialist states struggling under the boot of imperial pressure and who then works within the political organizations of said empire is not in any way, shape, or form left-wing. Wanting to tax the rich in a country where shit gets done through printing money because of dollar hegemony is not left-wing. Wanting to share the wealth of the US empire and dollar hegemony is not left-wing. We have seen this song and dance already. First with Obama, then with Bernie, and then with AOC and the so-called squad. Zoran is nothing but Obama 2.0. And this is why I, as a left-wing communist individual, cannot in good conscience support Zoran Mamdani. I was fooled once with the Bernie campaign. I will not be fooled again.
Wow, who was that?
So I wasn't able to get, because sometimes you get these guys, they are
was that on Instagram or... And by the way, I think that you should go back really quickly and pause on the point where he had it highlighted where Zoran Mamdani was talking about Venezuela and talking about Maduro, because this is a very good point. It's so funny because that guy, to me, looks like the guy who's in the American Communist Party. Oh, okay. Oh,
Are we?
who's that? Oh, no, go back.
Is it before that?
I think so.
No, okay, this is the beginning. And then he will
Because
cut.
that guy looks, like I said, he looks like somebody very familiar.
Okay. Then he goes to the Maduro part because he's
That's
saying
that's what we
he's a
want to see.
dictator. Yeah, he's
Okay. I want to
yeah.
be clear where I stand. I believe both Nicolas Maduro and Miguel Diaz-Canel are dictators. This is from I guess that they're saying this is from Zoran Mandami. Their administrations have stifled free and fair elections, jailed political opponents, and suppressed the free and fair press. So this is the biggest tell when it comes to Zoran Mandami, right?
Yeah, that's a big one.
And the fact that he's even saying that Nicolas Maduro, talking about their free and fair elections, not knowing anything about it, and don't get me wrong, the group that Zoran Mandami is about, which this gentleman is exposing himself, the PSL and the DSA, they're the types of groups that kept people like me and Fiorella out of Venezuela. We couldn't get to Venezuela because they kept us out. Yet when we're and I'm not just saying this to pat myself on the back, we're probably one of the better election integrity activists in this country that have gone and witnessed elections out there. Like really can validate or tell you the election is fugazi or whatnot, especially if we get all access looks in it. And it was very upsetting to me that we didn't get a chance to go in there to validate the Venezuelan election. But even still, boots on the ground can say it was a pretty fair and free election, even way more transparent than the elections we have at home. So when you see this out over here and he's repeating these CIA talking points, it's very, very, very concerning. So this is a good thing. However, that guy there himself looks like he's part of the American Communist Party. And I saw him sharing a tweet of Haz al-Din. Maybe he should have a talk with some of the members in his own party about supporting Donald Trump too as well, because there's both sides of the coin there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just want to point that out.
That's a good point. And I didn't do enough work on figuring out where his starting point was, but the stuff he's saying is important. We have to understand the functionality. Again, this is the Democratic Party that we're all guilty of it in some way, that we fell for it when we wanted it to be real. We wanted Obama to be real, and then we fell for it again with Bernie. And then we fell for it a second time with Bernie. That's the thing. It's like, oh no, he's going to come back even stronger and he's going to call it out this time. And we're all going to stay registered Democrats. Remember that from 2016 to 2020, we stayed registered as a Democrat. Why? Because, Bernie's working on a plan to get his revenge. Well, why didn't that involve leaving the party that effed you? Why would that not even, what? You're going to go back? Independent from Vermont's going to go back into the D section that just stabbed you in the back, apparently? Oh, that's right, because you were just doing the thing that you were supposed to do, the sheep herding Pied Piper. You were just doing that. That was the thing. And so we know now we're not going to fall for it again. So I appreciate what he was saying, because I know that again, there's a lot of people that are really, really celebrating. They're celebrating right now. But here's
the thing. It is going to take a form of incrementalism that, a lot of people just kind of shrug their head at, like, oh my God, but we're not going to get to a full-blown communist or socialist society overnight. It's not going to happen. And I don't know if we'll ever get there. I think there'll always be aspects, the good points of communism and capitalism that should be taken out, and, the bad parts of communism and capitalism that should be left to fray. So, I mean, when you're starting to talk about, okay, do we get a baby step? We're going to get somebody in there who, let's say, for instance, he might be bad on foreign policy. He might be just up the yin yang, which in this particular case, he could say these things because he's going to make no decisions on that, right? So he can go along with the party lines. Once again, this is him appeasing the establishment and his donors by saying those things. But if he can make some type of progress when it comes to the workforce, labor, housing, economics of sorts in New York, that would be a good thing. I don't believe he will, right? Because I believe he's bought and paid for, but that would be a discussion worth having, not just, I'm a communist and this guy's not a communist. No, what is he really willing to do and what can he get done? That would be the question. I just don't think there's too many negatives. There's too many red flags to believe to take a chance in a guy like Zoran Mandami, especially when he does say these other things about foreign policy. Yeah, he's not making decisions on that, and you can leave that out, and he can get away with it. but it's going to tell me where his mind's at. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
who's controlling him and who's manipulating him. And it's not good.
Well, there's one more part to the puzzle that I think is important, because as you guys know, on this show, we've been covering the medical freedom movement from the very beginning. When we launched a few years ago, we talk about the how important these fundamentals are: bodily autonomy and informed consent and free speech. I mean, these are so important, and the Democratic Party destroyed these things during the Biden administration. They destroyed them, and people like Mamdani, you would want to have changed his mind at least on where he stood. I mean, this is the type of garbage he was tweeting out just last year, just a year ago. He's tweeting this garbage out. The FDA just approved a new COVID-19 booster, which are safe, effective, and free under most insurance plans. While the New York City vaccine finder is down, thanks, Eric Adams, you can still reliably schedule booster appointments across New York at CVS and Walgreens. Thanks for that corporate plugging. Mamdani, self-proclaimed socialist, wants to give these companies more of our money and make billions of dollars off of putting these horrible entities into our bodies that have not been tested accurately. And no, they're not safe and effective. I'm not saying that. I'm saying other people are saying that, but he seems to know what he's talking about, because go science. Craig, you brought this clip. I'm just going to wound it off with this because this is important. He got a chance to be asked if he'd do anything differently as far as the mandating of the vaccine went. And you would think that he would take the opportunity to say, let's look at that again. Let's reflect. And if we are back into another pandemic 2.0, then you can be sure he will have power at the level of mayor. He will have power to implement rules and laws and mandates and influence that on a level beyond the city. He can influence it to the state level if he needed to, which he would be glad to do. And nobody in this administration would stop him either, because they're all on the same page there. This is him getting a chance on this podcast to reflect and say something maybe worthwhile about where we are now. But no, he doubles down.
We have someone on the chat, Marlon Bethel, right? Like yourself, first-generation immigrant, NYPD police officer, rose to the rank of intelligence detective, terminated by the Eric Adams administration without due process, without a department trial, without ever being charged criminally or civilly for failure to take a vaccine. What are your thoughts on that? On your administration, would you hire Marlon Bethel back?
You know, I struggle on this in that I think it is, on the one hand, can absolutely understand the frustration of someone who has lost their job in a time when the city is tearing apart so much of the same policies that were made at the height of COVID, and has arbitrarily decided which ones to keep and which ones to take. I mean, I'm right now in the state legislature pushing back against the governor's attempt to ban masks, which would sound ridiculous if I told you that a few years ago when it was illegal to not wear a mask. And to have all of this at the same time, I understand where that frustration comes from. On the other hand, I also do deeply feel the importance of following public health mandates in a pandemic emergency, especially when you're a public worker. So I think ultimately, if you ask me today, would I be hiring Marlon back? I think I would fall on the side of no, because of the concerns around the necessity of upholding that public health mandate. And yet I also don't want to pretend that this is simple or straightforward, because there are so many contradictions. And I think that one of the contradictions that that really stuck with me was how
he's admitting he is the one making the contradiction. He's not calling out the he's saying, yes, I'm full of contradictions. I'll tell you, I'm fully self-aware of how idiotic and insane my stance is. He's telling us this.
We had a different set of rules for workers than we did for celebrities. And I think what New Yorkers want is consistency. So that's where I am today, but I understand it's not simple. It's not straightforward.
But again, this is not really a vaccine issue, in my opinion. This is a civil rights issue. This is a worker rights issue. This is someone that worked for 2 years prior to this mandate during a pandemic when most New Yorkers were in there, and was previously infected and had natural provable antibodies, which the CDC said were acceptable as to had the same level of protection that the vaccine did. This is more of a worker rights issue. So, sitting there and saying, oh, I care about homelessness, I care about worker rights, I care about the middle class, when we see a completely totalitarian dictate come down from a government that made absolutely no sense. Because like you just said it yourself, Kyrie Irving could play basketball, but Maul and Bethel couldn't go to work 2 years later. I mean, to me, it's kind of a hypocritical stance, in my opinion. How, because to me, this is not a vaccine issue at all. This is a civil rights, worker right issue. This set, honestly, New York City back, labor rights back, probably 100 years.
I mean, I hear you, and I understand the contradictions at the core of it. I think my concern.
I understand that I'm insane, but I'm going to continue being insane. So let me explain how insane I am.
Comes from the likelihood of, that we could be in a new pandemic and the necessity of following the public health guidance that we put forward in that pandemic. To the places where I absolutely hear you is the contradictions of the guidance that we've been given thus far, what we're continuing to uphold, what we're rolling back. But that's the central core, the tension that I have is, in that moment when the science has us believe that this is the most effective way to counter it, shouldn't we have public workers be the ones who are the first to showcase the necessity of taking that step?
Wow. And there you go. And that might answer the question right there, Craig. Just that alone might answer the question. If there's, if Bill Gates and the rest of them are actively working on the next thing, the next situation that we're all going to have to respond to, this is exactly the guy you want in office. Exactly. He can maneuver around and say, I know I sound ridiculous right now, but that's what we're going to do. And that's the case closed. We're doing it. We're locking it down, guys. We're locking it down. We're shutting you up. We're putting needles in your arms. You're not going to know what's in them. And that's going to be it. And if you don't do it, there's going to be consequences.
It's funny because, I brought this clip before, I'm saying I'm the one who kind of floated that, I think, to you. And I feel the same way about Mamdani too, as well. But I can't help to ask and want to know, and I'm going to send a message to John D. Mercury over there from New York. Does he believe, because he's talking about there was no due process for these people. It's a civil liberties issue, right? You got to give these people due process. You can't just terminate them without giving them and he even brought out the evidence that they had the antibodies. They had before the antibodies were there, that the CDC even said that's good enough. So a hearing was a necessity here, right? I want to know if John D. Mercury and Eric S. Dim also believe that due process should be awarded to the immigrants in New York that were taken off the street. I want to see what they say. I like to see what I have a feeling, Matt, that they might say, no, they're not American citizens. I don't know. Maybe they might have been changed. And so I'd like to see that too as well. But I don't watch enough of those guys to see where their stances are. I just saw the New York Police Department flag behind the guy. So, and good kudos to them to go out and get in that interview. And kudos to Zoran for doing that, because he knew what he was walking into there.
He knew.
But he was confident enough in his bullshitting to step around it. He set up that kind of disclaimer. No, I don't think it's, I think that, in a public health situation, you especially if you work in public health, that you should be one there, the leader to do it. But there were different rules. I don't like the fact there were different rules for celebrities and somebody else. So I share your frustration there. Like, he's giving these little caveats to kind of try to protect them there. I do not like Zoran. I do not endorse him at all. That video you played right there was a big one for me right there. You know what I'm saying? Because it is ridiculous that they're still on this whole thing. And to this day, all they have to do is simple. So you got that. You got his stances on Venezuela and, Diaz Canal, you know what I'm saying, in Cuba. These are big red flags, ladies and gentlemen. They tell you, he's telling you who he is. Remember when Hillary Clinton said it? When my mama used to say, when people show you who they are, believe them. You better believe who Zoran is, and he's an establishment hack.
Hell yeah, absolutely. And you know what? You're talking about like what he would do differently with the celebrities and the non-celebrities. He's a guy that when you saw that, you guys remember that picture of AOC walking through the big establishment event, and she had that gown on, and she had those workers behind her all masked up like these servants holding her dress to make sure she and she didn't have the mask on, and she was parading around like the star she is.
Tax the rich dress,
I don't
right?
think that was the same event as the tax, because I think the tax the rich happened before that. But this is one where it was COVID time, right? And you could have this event, but everybody had to be 6 feet and wear masks, except if you were a celebrity. So what he's saying is if he could go back, what he would do differently isn't take those masks off those servants. He would put one on AOC to show more consistency. That's his stance, is that not enough people had them on at the time. Where we're looking at that and going, that's insane. What are you guys do? What are you doing to these people? Like, have some dignity as you're holding the back of the dress of this superstar person that was hyped up and, you know, elevated into her position of power. Anyways, yeah, Mamdani's big win. Looks like it was for the establishment. So, okay. I think we get one more story with you. Yeah.
Sure.
You're
Is
good
Jay
for
coming in?
for Venezuela update? You're good for a Venezuela update?
Let's do it.
All right. We're calling this one. I mean, we could have just called the whole show World War III Watch, but we'll assign it to this segment here because we got some update on Venezuela here. Okay, here we go. World War III Watch. It's World War III Watch. Let's just face it, it's already started. We got the peace president, campaigned on peace. He has not let us down at all with his peace for. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. He did let us down. He's doing the exact opposite. The war policy, Secretary of War, going after every country he possibly can go after with the same adage, the adage that the U.S. has to police the world. It's the same thing that he picked the mantle up from the previous administrations, and he doubled down. And now we're seeing that we have to kill them over there so we don't kill them here. And that's been the game plan. That's why Venezuela keeps ramping up. We have an update on the Venezuelan situation. But first, here's a clip of Trump telling you what type of country we have. And he knows what type of country we have because he told us when he first ran for president about how we behave and how we conduct ourselves. And he has no problem telling us, as he's in the middle of his second term, doing the thing that he's telling us that we do. Here it is.
We lost a war. We still don't lose wars. Sometimes we don't fight to win. You know, we'll stay around the country for 15 years, just bomb the hell out of everybody, make everybody miserable. Nobody knows why we're there, you know, the wars that never end.
Yeah, we never actually lose a war because we just tough it out until the American people either get, you know, foggy or, you know, distracted or lose interest, as we're seeing happen again. This is we lived through Afghanistan. It never ended. But did it not? This is what we understood about Vietnam. It's the same, like, oh no, we didn't really lose. We just we did something. I don't know what we did, but we're not going to let the sentiment of the American people think for a second that we're losers. So we're just going to keep at it. You can't actually lose something that's not a game. There's no game. It's just we're going to go occupy, and that's going to be it. And then when we can't push it anymore, like with Ukraine, we just stop reporting on it, but we keep doing it anyway. So there's not really a win or lose. It's just that we're going to take what we're going to take, and that's going to be it. So he's telling us this as he's amping up war with Venezuela. Here's the latest on that, because some are saying that he's going to actually have a hard time going through with this. But here's where we are now. We know where Maria Corina Machado stands. So Politico puts this out yesterday. Machado's telling everyone, and she has to do, by the way, she has to do this from a undisclosed location because she's in quote unquote hiding from the people that she claims have the back of President Trump and the U.S. and our war policy to go into their country. She's telling us 90% of the people want this. She's lying to us. They don't. That's why she's in hiding. So she says absolutely correct on Trump's Venezuela actions. The president has said he thinks Venezuela President Maduro, his days are leading the socialist country. His days of leading that country are numbered. And she goes on, this is on Wednesday. She praised Trump's aggressive approach to the country as absolutely correct, as the White House weighs further military action on the socialist country. Of course, Nobel Peace Prize. Why not? Why not get the Nobel Peace Prize? That's what we do. We give warmonger psychopaths the Nobel Prize. That's what we do. Who is in hiding and made her comments over video at American Business Forum in downtown Miami, said Maduro was not a legitimate head of state. That's been the That's been the line we've been hearing over and over, well before Trump's first term. He's illegitimate. He's illegitimate. And that Trump's actions would protect millions of lives of Latin American citizens, certainly Venezuelan citizens. And now she's gone even further, Craig. She's gone even further. I know you've probably seen this clip. If you guys haven't seen this one, she's going to now tell us how important it is that we go into Venezuela because China, Iran, Russia. I kid you not. This is not a sketch from SNL. She actually is telling us China, Iran, Russia.
And this is amazing, super exciting for me. We will open Venezuela for foreign investment. I am talking about a $1.7 trillion opportunity, not only in oil and gas, which is huge, and you know that the opportunities, because we will open all upstream, middle stream, downstream to all companies, but also in mining, in gold, in infrastructure, power. We have our grid right now has a 17 gigawatt opportunity of energy potential that needs to be rehabbed. Certainly for technology and AI and tourism. You know, Venezuela has 2,800 kilometers of pristine Caribbean coastline ready to be developed. So this is going to be huge. We will bring rule of law. We will open markets. We will have security for foreign investment and a transparent, massive privatization program that is waiting for you.
Wow.
That's her telling us all the things we're going to steal. I know there's people that don't understand that that's what we do. They don't understand that we go around the world, not just policing the world and having them, uphold the level of standard of democracy we feel they should be doing. We also steal all their shit. I think a lot of people don't know that this is not new, but we do like to say it out loud. All the resources available. This certainly helps us to be able to take all these items, the gold and certainly the oil. That's what we do. The part about Russia. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just saying, I think we should stop saying us because we're not getting any of it. And that's something the American people have. We should start saying the multinational corporations with the backing of the West. I don't know, because people keep on saying, they keep on thinking about Donald Trump. We took the oil. We saw the oil. We're not getting any of this stuff. And all these resources that she's putting up for sale, they're going to go to BlackRock in their pockets. And Larry Fink and all those guys are going to make billions. Not us. And not the people of Venezuela.
Yeah. And
this video right here, Matt, might get her in trouble with the countrymen more than any other video yet. That might be the one that really, remember them ripping off the shirt of Juan Guaido?
Yeah. And, I'm glad we played that one. There was two videos. I'm glad we played that one because I was introducing the second video. You got to hear this part. This is where she connects it with the Russia and China and Iran. It's pretty outstanding that she's able to get away with this. Here we go.
From Florida, and a transition to democracy will certainly dismantle this and turn Venezuela into the strongest security ally of the United States and Western democracies in the region. So, look, we have to understand that now Iranian, Russian, and Chinese have operations in Venezuela, military, intelligence, and technology, only 3 hours away from Florida. And a transition to democracy will certainly dismantle this and turn Venezuela into the strongest security ally of the United States and Western democracies in the region. So,
Wow. So all the fear baiting is there. I mean, she's at this point, we've covered all of it, right, Craig? We've covered we covered the cartels, we've covered the illegitimate president, we've covered all the oil and everything. They're saying that part out loud, all the great it's gonna do. We used that one with Ukraine too, by the way. We used the one about we're doing the right thing for the world, but we're also gonna make a lot of money off of this. And as Pasta says, it's not they're gonna make a lot of money off it. Now she's using the other one. This is the one that gets the right really, really angry, right? When they hear China or they hear Iran, particularly those two, they get really oh no, we got it. And that's how you get them to agree to canceling TikTok, right? You go, oh no, China's invading. They're using Venezuela to get to us. Oh, now we really got to go in. So these are all, you guys know this lexicon of verbiage. This is the playbook. They're trying every possible angle on this. Where are we at from your vantage point, Pasta? Do you think even with this this massive attempt to get everybody on board with this, whatever angle they're using to get people to get excited about this, can Trump actually pull this off? Does he even have the ability to do it?
Not right now, but a false flag can really change the feelings of a bunch of Americans who are naive to what's going on. And, it's like we had reported before. Camila Escalante, Saskatchewan News, one of the first to get it. A couple other people got it too as well. Venezuela claims to pick up some mercenaries that were planning a false flag attempt to draw America into a greater scale war. However, it's a quagmire on how to take, Venezuela. There's no big military bases or anything else like that. They have some bases and whatnot, and if you take them out, so be it. They're mostly built on militias, right? And a lot of the people are now armed. They have militias. They have sergeant at arms, and they can protect their own land. So it's going to be a quagmire of sorts. But right now, as we speak, no, it's not enough to sell it. A false flag. Venezuela sunk a ship, killing a bunch of sailors. That could easily bring people in.
All right. Well, that's it. That's our update today on World War III Watch. And even though the media hasn't announced that we're in it, we kind of feel like that when they finally do, it'll be retroactive, and we had been in it the whole time. So that's World War III Watch.
World War III Watch.
World War III Watch. Okay. Pasta, what do you got? What do you got going on coming up? How you been? I love the new look. Love what you're doing. You're feeling good. You're it's kind of like
we're hoping that we get back to it tomorrow with Fiorella on the Truth Wire, and of course, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays we're going to try to rock it over there, depending on the schedule. Wednesday nights I do my call-in show on WBAI New York, so that's always fun. And you can always check me out at YoPasta on Twitter. All the links to come follow me. So thank you so much for having me on, man. Had a great time and great discussions.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Craig Pasta Jardula. Everybody, take care, man. We'll see you next time.
You got it, buddy.
All right, guys. Thanks for joining us. And if you're still spilling over from our friends over at DD Do Dissidents, thanks for being part of the Homeless Left this afternoon. We're on for another couple hours. Actually, we got a lot more show coming up. We'll be joined very shortly by our other co-host Jay Scott here in just a bit. A lot more stuff to go through. We're going to be talking about Nigeria. We got that rape story out of the IDF. We're going to look into that one that's been ongoing. And then what else? Oh, we have we're going to look at the Tucker and Nick Fuentes versus Ben Shapiro situation. Basically the MAGA divide happening. We're going to look at that. And we have some Maha news. Not all bad. We're going to have some Maha news, RFK stuff going on there as well. So all that's coming up. And Leslie will be here as well, doing some talking back with you. So you guys can comment on our Rumble, on our YouTube channel, and we will respond to you live on the show with talking back. And then we have some news out of HOLLYWOKE right here in LA. That's where we do the show right here, our home base at THL Studios. So go ahead and put up a like now and subscription. Just click the subscribe. That's also good because then you get notified when we go live. It's very important because we need people to know that when we do. So again, appreciate you guys all today. We'll be right back with Jay Scott and some more non-tribal news for you guys. See you soon. Okay. Let me just throw this up. I didn't have it queued up. Okay, here we go. We'll see you guys in a couple minutes. Go grab a drink, bathroom break. We'll see you back here. All right, we are back. Welcome back to the Homeless Left. I'm your host, Matt Weinglass, coming to you this Thursday afternoon. This is the non-tribal approach to news network. We're going to be coming right back here with Jay Scott just in a moment. I think we're all queued up here. Yep. We're actually right on time today, guys. Very cool. And we appreciate the due distance bringing in the. It's called a Rumble raid, which is very cool. Rumble started doing that about a month ago, and we love that. We hope we can return the favor too. It means when a show ends, all the people watching that one get brought over to another stream on Rumble. It's really cool because it shows community. It shows support and uplifting each other as we're in this kind of in the similar space. Doing the work that the mainstream media refuses to do. And I know, the DD boys probably feel the same way we do here at the Homeless Left. We probably wouldn't be doing this if they were doing an honest job behind, their desks and their big paychecks and their big sponsors and their advertisers and their, CIA infiltrators and all of their top-down instructions and all of their belittling of us and all of their dividing us and fear baiting us and weaponizing us against each other and confusing us, all this stuff. That's what they do. They're not doing what we're doing, and that's why you guys are watching us, because you know that we're not getting those big Pfizer paychecks and all the rest. So with that said, let's see. I believe let's see if Jay's ready to come in. We're gonna start with the Nigeria story here. Boom. Let's see where we got. Let's see. Let me check. Hold on, guys. Sorry, my bad. We're gonna find Jay right now. He actually came in a little earlier, and then he said he'd be right back. So we'll see what's going on there. Okay. The story out of Nigeria is it's yet another war we're trying to push. Add it to the list. Add it to the freaking list, guys. That's the one. So we're gonna take a little moment with this one, and he's gonna help us break this down together. Is our co-host coming in? You guys know him, you love him. Please welcome back to the show, Jay Scott.
What's going on, Matt? How you doing, man?
How you doing over there, Jay? How's everything?
Good, man. Just trying to keep up, man. So many wars to keep up with. It's like a very tragic and depressing game of Risk right now we're going through. But, Trump just, can't get enough of these wars. But, that's our peace president, right? That's what he was calling himself for a while. So.
Oh, yeah. No, he still gets to do that because, as we know, when you're war-minded, you get anointed a Nobel Peace Prize, as we saw. So he wanted to have it too, and he should have been the next. He should get it next because Obama got it. I always give it to people that it's kind of like your golden ticket to validate your war policy and anything you've done previously, and it also gives you a free pass to what you're going to do next, which is what happened in Obama's case, who got it on his way into office.
Yes,
shocking,
exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep, just for running for president, they gave him the Nobel Peace Prize pretty much. So,
yeah.
But, I guess they wanted to put all their eggs in the Venezuela basket. I guess that means the Venezuela one is unavoidable. But yeah, we'll see. Hopefully he doesn't go through with some of these other ones. And hopefully he doesn't go through with Venezuela either. But, he seems a little trigger happy right now. But I'm hoping we can talk a little bit about the rare earth situation, because I kind of feel like maybe that's part of the reason why he's getting so trigger happy right now. I think they may kind of feel like they're on a little bit of a rush right now. So between that and what's going on with Israel, got on my favorite shirt today, by the way. AIPAC is a foreign agent. Just had to show that off today. I love wearing that to the supermarket and seeing the looks I get.
That's great, man. That's great. And I was always an Oliver Stone fan, but man, when I go back to that film now, I feel kind of depressed watching it because I'm like, dude, this guy, he was given the okay. You can go and you can put a movie out. You're going to get there's going to be a lot of angry people about this film because you're going to show all the different levels of corruption and all the different cover-ups and all these, and you got a big A-list cast in there, and they all got their, and you're just like, dude, he got ripped for that film, JFK, in 1991. The whole time, he had a Mossad agent working next to him at all times to make sure that the I word was never used in the film or
Mhm.
referenced to or indicate. That was the way they allowed him to do that. And to know that now, it just makes you so
Mhm.
sad.
You know, it's so funny you mentioned that actually, because there's a really long history there of like Zionists in the media, like trying to blame the CIA, you know, like for the JFK assassination. And, you know, it's really weird. Like, I believe it was a week or two, you know, before JFK got shot. I actually did like a long post about it. I can't remember the guy's name who wrote the article, but there was a Zionist journalist who went out there and said, oh, you know, if America ever experiences a coup or an assassination from the inside, it'll definitely be the CIA. So, you know, they were writing that 2 weeks before he actually got shot. So, yeah, man, a ton of coincidences there for sure.
A lot of coincidence. And since you wore the shirt and we're talking about it now, we'll wait on the Nigeria. I think I mixed them up anyways. I thought we were going to do Nigeria, but since we're on Israel, let's stay on this. Let's do this. This is the way we were going to do it anyways. Let's do the Israel story. Because we didn't have a chance to cover this really. I mean, actually, no, we broke this story back in July. And you guys want to know what we're talking about? It's the IDF, the video that was leaked, and this was back in the summer of what the IDF does to its hostages, not prisoners, hostages. They like to torture them. We know this. They like to beat them. We know this. They like to starve them, embarrass them, humiliate them, psychologically F with them. Guess what else they like to do? They like to rape them. And
the most moral army in the world.
Yes, the most moral army in the world. And so this is Netanyahu. We're going to start with this. Netanyahu responding to the fact that this tape had leaked, and now we're fast forwarding 2 months because the thing happened in July, but now there's been some development, and Netanyahu's finally responding to this, and we're seeing people getting punished for getting this information out to people. So here's Netanyahu's reaction to everything that's gone down. I'll pause it and get the sound down, and we can read along because he's talking in Hebrew. Well, we know what do we know about when these guys talk in Hebrew, Jay?
That's when they're being more honest. You know, when they talk in English, they got to make sure they tone it down a little bit. But if you really want to hear how they feel, make sure you got that Google Translator running and listen to what they say in Hebrew. So, it's funny because there's actually a interesting overlap between Nick Fuentes fans and Zionists that we'll talk about when we get to that story later. But go ahead.
I'm interested in that part of it as well. Okay, so here's Netanyahu's reaction, very organic reaction to this. Here we go. So he says the event, okay, this is going to go fast. Enormous repercussional damage. It's caused enormous repercussional damage to the state of Israel and Israel Defense Forces, to our soldiers. So what is the repercussion? Does it mean that you're going to have to look at the behavior of these people? Is that what you're saying? Don't get your hopes up. That's not where he's going with this, where you would think that somebody normal would go. This might be the most severe propaganda attack that the state of Israel has experienced since its establishment. I don't recall anything so intensely focused. This requires an independent and impartial investigation. I expect such an investigation will be conducted.
Now, hold on. The investigation is how it got leaked. The investigation isn't why the people were being raped. That's just, part of, I guess, punishment for Palestinian prisoners, because he doesn't care too much about that. What he's so outraged about is the PR disaster that this is going to be for Israel. Because don't forget, they say that the Palestinians and Hamas are the ones doing the raping. However, a lot of evidence seems to be coming out to the contrary.
Yeah. And so we'll show you this is what happened to the person who did the leak. From suppressed news, the Israeli army chief prosecutor went missing for hours amid investigations into leaked videos from the prison. Her car was found near Tel Aviv beach with a note suggesting suicide, but police later found her alive and speaking with her husband, raising suspicions that suicide was staged. And there she is. There's a shot from the actual video. and that's I believe that might be the fake letter. But she is still alive, which is good. But there's certainly the ramifications on this is insane. That they're doubling down. And I want to remind everybody who did see that we did cover this in July, that immediately when Israelis found out about this footage, I got to show a little of the footage. I know it's a little disgusting, but in case you guys don't know, should I show it? Should I show just a little bit of the actual tape? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if you want. I mean, I can say the interesting part. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I just want to describe it. Where they turn their backs, they do that thing where they we're gonna be accomplices and put our some shields up because we know that there's cameras on. So we're gonna do this knowingly that we're doing something we don't want on camera. So they're all conspiring while the rape is happening. So yeah, let's see a little bit of this just so you guys can see. It's not, it's more psychologically graphic than anything.
אירוע החיפוש בעציר בשתי מצלמות שונות והן מתעדות את מה שקרה רגע אחר רגע.
יש לנו שתי זוויות טובות של מה שקורה שם, מביאים אותו לאזור המצולם.
So not, and we don't have to show too much, but you guys see how many people are involved. This isn't like two of them going aside. This is like this whole team that's all partaking in this. And this is just one that happened to leak. What did the people do when they found out? What did the Israeli population do when they found out about this? Oh, they hit the streets, man. They got angry. They're like, why are we no, not why are we raping hostages? They were mad that they weren't maybe allowed to do it anymore now that this came out. And this
they were protesting because they were upset that the people were being prosecuted over it. And I think the person who released the footage, she said that she was under the impression that the reason they were protesting was because they didn't know that the rape was actually happening. And they thought that the protesters were, fighting back because they thought, the IDF were being unfairly prosecuted for a crime they didn't commit. So she says that she felt that releasing the tape would convince the public who were upset that no, they actually did do it, so you can stop protesting. And instead, the opposite happened. Now, in reality, that kind of sounds like cope to me personally, because I saw Israeli journalists on TV, and we played the clips on this show in the past, where they're on TV arguing in favor of rape as an institutionalized tool of war. So she can say that she thought they were protesting because they thought they were being unfairly prosecuted, but the reality is that if you have people going on TV saying that, and they're having a debate like back and forth on TV about whether or not rape is okay, I mean, clearly enough of them knew about it. So maybe she is trying to do her best to not make Israel look bad because maybe she's coming to her senses. And I'm not saying this is how the majority of Israelis feel, but there clearly is a large enough minority of them that are willing to take it this far. And you do have polls saying that 60% of Israelis believe that Palestinians should be completely wiped out and treated like Amalek. That's women, children, and all men, everybody. Amalek, if they want to treat Palestinians like Amalek, that means they want all the Palestinians wiped out. So over 60% of the population believes that. So this is a radicalized population over there in Israel. There's no way around this. There's no way around saying that, in my opinion. So,
and this was the footage of them protesting. Like you said, they should not be prosecuting these soldiers. They're doing the thing that they should be entitled to do as the chosen ones. You get that benefit being a superior race. I think that's part of it, right? That whole we can behave a certain way. And then we can also blame them for it's the projection. This is like Freudian 101, projection, displacement, psychological evaluation. Is that's what you're doing? You're blaming the other. They're doing what you're doing. So we see this time and time again with these psychopaths. And then on top, go ahead.
And it's sick on so many levels, especially because they claim to be a very religious society. And if you were to ask them, they would say, like being gay isn't allowed, yet you have, and I'm not saying it would be any better if women were being raped. Rape is still rape, but these are male soldiers raping male Palestinian prisoners, and the far right conservative people are advocating for that, saying that it's okay. So everything about it is disgusting, hypocritical, and sick, in my opinion.
Yeah. And all that going on, you still have our favorite news outlets like the New York Times putting this garbage out because they like to play word games with their readers. Defense lawyers demand dismissal of, they put abuse. Should have been rape, because we know it's rape. Case against Israeli soldiers. And then the chief legal officer, Israel's military, resigned after authorizing the leak of a video in the case involving grave abuse. Grave abuse. What is that? What is grave abuse? I guess that can't be as bad as what the Palestinians do to our hostages, right? Grave abuse is bad, but not really bad. Okay, so that's how they're complicit in this at the New York Times. They know what they're doing. They're not bad with words. They're very good with words. They know exactly what they're doing with that. And then as far as you mentioned, Jay, about the Israeli media, the stuff that they're getting away with in Hebrew, talking about that people here would be flabbergasted to hear some of this stuff. They're parading these guys around like this dude on like kind of in this game show fashion. Like they're celebrities now. These are that are raping Palestinian hostages. They're
heroes, and the person who exposed it is the villain. The person who exposed the abuse is being treated by the public as a villain who is against Israel, and the ones who did the raping are being held up as champions of Israel.
Yeah, this is it looks like a game show. Like you're the next contestant.
ניתנו לוחם כוח 100 מאיר שטרית שהתמודד עם הנוח'בות בשדה תימן ועכשיו מתמודד עם האשמות קשות. כולנו רוצים לשמוע מה יש לו להגיד וגם יהיה, תגיד לי, למה
This is what we see if we were to be in Tel Aviv right now. Turn on a TV. This is the garbage. We thought it couldn't get much worse than our TV. They're worse. That is worse. Wow.
Yep. I mean, we definitely have our issues in America, but even the most extreme pundits over here, I haven't yet heard them argue for rape as a tool of war. And they say bad things, disgusting things, but we haven't quite hit that level yet. Although, the way things are going, who knows what we'll see in the future. But like, these people are extremely radicalized, like in Israel right now. And this isn't to say that all Jews in America are at this level. I don't think that's the case. I think a lot of them may not understand what's going on, but like in Israel, it's an extremely radicalized society. So I think people in America should have the same attitude towards them that we would have had towards Nazi Germany, meaning that not saying they all need to be I don't know. The people who were guilty of crimes need to be held accountable, and they need to go through the modern form of denazification education, something like that. But it's a sad situation.
It's so bizarre how we've retreated. And I get on one hand, you have the world waking up to genocide. You have the world waking up to this special privilege that the certain country gets and the certain actions get and a certain military gets. So people are waking up to that. But at the same time, when we talk about torturing and humiliating and let alone raping, but even just the level of that, what we already know to be wrong. If anyone does it, we know it's wrong if we do it. We lived through Abu Ghraib. Remember Abu Ghraib? We had this was not supposed to get out. Same like this leak of the pictures of the Iraqi detainees, also hostages. We have them hostages, and then U.S. soldiers would torture them, would psychologically abuse them, take pictures of them naked and stack them up on each other and treat them as like pieces of crap, and then laugh about it and pose with them. So we saw that. American audiences that saw that were really upset by that. There needed to be ramification because we were told the bad apple. You guys know the bad apple theory. We were told that these were just selected crazy U.S. soldiers that needed to be taught a lesson, and we don't behave that way. That's also a lie because we all behave that. That's how We know this because Stanford did a study on students and said, let's see if in 30 days we can get half the class to snap on the other half, because we're going to have half of them play like they're prison guards, the other half be prisoners. And they said that the theory of the professors were, if you got 30 days in, the one half of the class would start doing unimaginable things to the other half. That was their theory. They were wrong, Jay. You know what they were wrong about? It didn't take them 30 days. It took them 2 days.
And the crazy thing is, they knew they were in an experiment. Like, they knew that this wasn't for real. Like, and they still did it. So
they did it so quickly, like in 48 hours.
And really quick, you know, while, you know, obviously everything that's going on over there is terrible, I want people to know that we do give our proxies a pass to do stuff like this. And, you know, the president of Syria is another example, because he was one of the most wanted terrorists, you know, who was the head of ISIS for forever, you know, guilty of tons of crimes against humanity. And, you know, now he's meeting with Donald Trump, like in the White House. He's president. He's held up as a hero, you know, by us. So it's not like we only give this treatment to Israelis, but I feel like it's most out in the open, and it's been going on for decades and decades and decades with them, and they have probably the most leeway. But this is what we do with all our proxies. We have them commit crimes against humanity, in our name, and then we give them passes for it afterwards, as long as they, you know, do what they're supposed to do. So yeah.
So I'm going to finish this segment off with one more bit of information, because I know we've talked about this, and this needs to be said more and more, because we understand that the way we conduct ourselves, and I say we as in whatever money we're spending, whatever, you know, whatever we're investing in, whatever we're rooting for, whatever we're getting people to champion, the manufacturing consent, whatever we're doing in foreign countries, we bring it here. That's always the case. And DD Geopolitics reminds us this with the technology that we have right now that's being used, that's been being used in Palestine, in Lebanon, in Yemen, in Syria. We bring that technology home, and this is what we know for absolute fact. It's not just a theory now. We know this. We told you that Gaza was a testing ground. AI-powered drones, first used by Israel to surveil and bomb Palestinians in Gaza, are now flying over American cities, spying on protests, scanning crowds, and automatically uploading footage to police databases. The company behind them, now I hadn't heard of this. We know Palantir's doing a lot of it, but this other company, Skydio, quietly became the largest drone manufacturer in the U.S. with contracts across 800 plus police and security agents from New York to Chicago to Miami. These same drones, once mapping Gaza's ruins, are now tracking Americans at demonstrations. They fly anonymously. Now, we've seen these. I know Leslie and I've seen these above us. They fly this. So this is the same drone stuff they used in Gaza. They fly around using these chips, thermal imaging, 3D mapping, no human pilot needed. And that data goes straight into Axon's digital evidence system. So we're all in this digital evidence system, Jay. The same company that supplies tasers and surveillance tech to Israeli police and prisons. What? Those same prisons that we just covered this story in, Jay? Is it the same police prisons that we're trying to keep this footage hidden and keep everybody controlled and you know, surveilled and keep things on the hush hush? Behind it all, venture funds tied to Israel's military industrial complex, i.e. Andreessen Horowitz, Defense Sync, and X-Unit 8200 networks. Gaza wasn't the end of the experiment. It was the beginning of a domestic surveillance regime built from a war zone. And that's the visual to give you guys a sense of it. We've arrived. This has arrived.
And just so everyone knows what that Unit 8200 refers to, that would be a unit that used to be, it's either Mossad or another Israeli intelligence agency that was working on programs that were too extreme to be associated with the Israeli public sector. So they essentially had the people in that unit exit government officially, but embark on projects in the private sector that carried out the exact same mission. So they're essentially privatizing the stuff that is too dark even for the Israeli government to put its name on. So whenever you see Unit 8200, that goes back to Israeli intelligence.
Yeah. So there it is, guys. We're bringing it home, and we're all in this. We're all in this together, whether you like it or not. So you better be on the side of the protesters and the people fighting back, because it's a war. It's a people versus the power, and the Zionist psychopaths that they think they can control the conversation. Well, no, it's we're going to take that power back. That's what we're doing here. So,
yep.
All right, let's get on to Nigeria. This is a big one. Although you may have missed it, guys, you might have missed this one because there's so much, like we've been talking about here on the show. There's been so much going on our feeds, and we get distracted by so many things just in our face these days. But Nigeria is a massive problem. Let's you said you wanted to start with this one. This is a funny. You're right, Jay. This is a funny way to start this segment. Here it is. Oh, look at this. This looks like a Nigerian man who now works for the USA military is showing Donald Trump where Nigeria is. That's pretty funny. Well,
pointing to Nigeria on a map, because he had no idea where it was before. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. Did you see the clip the other day of Ted Cruz? Tucker was asking him about Iran as he was advocating to topple the government over there, and he asked him, "Well, how many people are in Iran?" And Ted Cruz had no idea, and then he's like, "Oh, well, why do I need to know how many people there are over there?" Like, what do you mean? You want to topple this entire country? I would think the number of people there would be relevant. And so then he asks him, well, how many ethnicities are there in Iran? And he just gives him a blank look. Like, Ted Cruz knows nothing about Iran. And Ted Cruz is also gung-ho about this war. And I guarantee you, he knows even less about Nigeria than he knows about Iran. None of these people who are advocating publicly for it know anything about it. Now, the people behind the scenes who are paying them, they're a little bit more clued in. And it's interesting because, like, I don't know if you had a chance. I sent you a bunch of stuff on this story.
I got a lot of it queued up right now. Why don't you walk us through? I thought maybe the Eric Prince one was a good one to start with, or did you have another?
I think we should start there because Eric Prince is a big donor to the Trump campaign. His sister, Betsy DeVos, is also a big donor to the Trump campaign. So I think it's a great place to show you a great way to show you how Trump works. So Trump is fueled by money. Like, if you donate to his campaign, then your interest will be carried out. So Eric Prince is the owner of the Blackwater Mercenary Group, which was the group that Julian Assange exposed for committing war crimes in Iraq under our name. Now, our military has definitely done some bad things. However, the mercenaries that we contract out to are even worse, than our military, because there's no public oversight over the mercenaries. And they were the ones who were caught blowing up first responders who were trying to save the lives of victims who were like innocent victims who were killed by our bombing. So they bombed civilians. First responders came back to try to save those civilians. And Eric Prince's Blackwater Mercenary Group killed the doctors and nurses and first responders who were trying to save the civilians. So you would think, after being embarrassed and exposed like that, that if our government is on the right side on the right side of history, that we would stop working with those people. No. We continue working with them. We bring them in, whenever we can. Eric Prince is already actually being contracted out for U.S. government activities in the Congo. And now they're looking to get him to diversify in Nigeria. And, there's too much to cover, so I don't want to play the video of him talking about, recolonizing Africa again. But he is actually, and I don't throw this word around because I do understand it's been overused a little bit, But Eric Prince is actually openly racist. Like, he doesn't even hide it. Like, he says essentially Black and Latino people are not capable of managing their own countries, so America needs to go in and manage all the African and South American countries. Like, he's literally arguing for colonization. Right. And somehow these countries still allow this man and his businesses like into their borders. And it's absolutely a shame. And any country who lets this man in, like, you should be ashamed, man. And I get it. There's a lot going on. It's hard to keep up with stuff, but I would urge every single African who's watching this show to tell your government not to let this man anywhere near your people, because he doesn't care about your life. All he cares about is stealing your resources and making money, and he's made it absolutely clear. So yeah, but do you have because I think this is also very relevant, do you have the map of the NATO guy that the NATO guy was posting? He's like an official in NATO, and back in 2023 he was posting a map of Nigeria, like saying that we need to break up Nigeria unless Nigeria stops working with China.
Yeah, so this is Gunther. I think
yes.
we can get this guy. Yeah, so guys, watch out for this dude. Watch out for Eric Prince. He's another guy whispering in Trump's ear. Let me get the Gunther post, but first, this is what happens when Trump has people like Eric Prince whispering in one ear. You got Netanyahu whispering in another ear. You got Peter Thiel and Alex Karp whispering in another ear. I mean, I don't know how many ears Trump actually has on his body, but I think he has some backup ears because he's got all these people, all these psychopathic, warmongering, say the quiet part out loud people telling him who to invade next. And this is what Trump. Let me play the Trump clip, and then we'll pull up the Gunther one. But this is what happens when you're being puppeteered by these people. And I'm not giving Trump a free pass. I'm saying he is the vessel in order for the military industrial complex to get done check the boxes on the places they need to check for American imperialism. That's what he is. Is the vessel, and he's willing to look in the camera and say this about Nigeria.
Things to Nigeria that Nigeria is not going to be happy about, and may very well go into that now disgraced country, guns are blazing, to completely wipe out the Islamic terrorists who are committing these horrible, horrible atrocities. I'm hereby instructing our Department of War to prepare for possible action. If we attack, it will be fast, vicious, and sweet, just like the terrorist thugs attack our cherished Christians. These are
I mean, this is not a South Park, Team America movie. This is not. I'm trying to think of another example of the outrageousness of this moment, but it goes right in line with all of his other insane policies. Even from having a Secretary of War to reference in the first place sounds like a comic book character. This is like Dr. Evil shit right here. Yet again, but let's look behind the scenes here and see the buildup. I found the Gunther tweets because this is actually very important. Okay, Here we go. So and he does. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, and then after this, let's also get the video pulled up showing the U.S. senator talking about how we fund the same terrorist groups that Trump just referred to. But just to debunk that this is about saving Christians, right here you can see that this NATO official, who's Austrian but part of a committee like in NATO, has been calling for Nigeria to be broken up since 2023. And look at the reason that he's citing there. Notice he doesn't say anything at all about Christians being genocided.
Nope.
The reason he cites is if you keep working with BRICS and China, which is part of BRICS, then we will break up your country. So they want to turn Nigeria, which is one country, as you can see right there, into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different countries because they are working with one of our competitors. So like the guy who says we need to stop the regime change wars and let other countries do their thing. Because I remember Trump saying that just earlier this year when he was touring across the Middle East. He now is doing the exact same thing that all the other presidents before him did that he said he was going to stop doing. Tulsi Gabbard. She is the director of national intelligence right now. She used to be anti-war. she has nothing to say like about any of this happening right now. So, for him to get up there and pretend now that this is about saving Christians is disgusting, in my opinion, because it's nothing to do with that. The actual number, the victims, according to his own ambassador to Nigeria, Trump can hire or fire this man at will. His own ambassador to Nigeria said that the majority of victims of the extremists have actually been Muslim, not Christian, because they're not targeting it towards a specific religious group. They want everyone in the area to convert to their brand of Islam. And it doesn't matter if you're Muslim or Christian. It's the fact that they're extremists who happen to be funded by our intelligence agencies. So for Trump to say he cares about them, but then not talk about how the deep state is involved, which he also claims to be against. I mean, it's not adding up, man. The math ain't mathing. Like Trump only mentions the deep state if it has to do with an election or if he feels like he's being targeted. There is no other time when Trump will ever bring up the deep state in any of their crimes that they're involved in against the American people or the people abroad.
Can we just agree finally that the term deep state is really just code for I'm not going to blame anybody. I'm just going to give you an expression to feel like I'm challenging someone, but I'm not actually, I'm actually protecting people by saying deep state. It's a deflection term. It's an emotional term. It doesn't actually mean anything. I just want to be clear on that. That was another fake out during the campaign, right? To get everybody to say Trump is taking on the deep state. That's not a thing. That's just a distraction. Yeah.
I think there's
if anyone's noticing, I just want to say, by the way, because we've had this up here on Gunther, it says follows you. I want to be very clear. He doesn't follow Jay or me or Homeless Left. This is we took this. It's another tweet from someone else that he follows somebody.
He actually does follow me. I don't know why. I don't know why. He actually does follow me. It's hilarious. And I did follow him back because I'm like, you know what? I'd like to see the propaganda that he's putting out there. And it's so funny because he advocates for breaking up all these different countries. He is more pro-intervention than Lindsey Graham, but I don't know if you remember that region in Spain that wanted to separate Catalonia when they had that movement going on.
I got the other tweet.
Exactly. A couple of years back. Oh, no. Catalonians can't separate. That's just Russian propaganda. When I do it, it's serious stuff and I'm really fighting for the people. But if anyone else wants to have their own country, it's just Russian propaganda.
Yeah.
So anyone that we haven't approved. So
very convenient there, Gunther. Nice maneuvering. And it's good he's following you. He can you can kind of put him in his place when it's time.
I'm sure he's going to come across one of my posts and realize, I had it all wrong. Thank you for pointing that out, Jay. All the money that I'm being paid to say these things, it doesn't matter. You have now changed my conscience and enlightened me. So, but unfortunately, these people are all being paid to do what they're doing. They don't believe in any of the things they're saying. They're just doing what they're paid to do. So,
So hey, I have a breakdown I found where it seems like the best way to understand this as far as intention, which we know U.S. always has bad intention here, but the reason we want to attack Nigeria, it's more of a decoy so we can get access to these other countries, Niger and Burkina Faso.
That's the Alliance of Sahel States. And really quick, just to introduce that, there are 4 different states in Central Africa that have essentially are trying to take control of their own destiny and really get rid of imperial forces over there. You have Burkina Faso, you have Mali, and you have Niger. And Chad is also aligned with them, but they're not a formal part of this bloc. But there's a bloc called the Alliance of Sahel States. It's abbreviated to AES because the French thing it's just spelled a little bit differently. But these states are essentially combining to try to take control of their own resources and their own defenses. And the largest military base that America has built in Africa was in Niger. and they were just completely kicked out of there. I want to say 2 or 3 years ago, they had to leave, and French troops have been completely kicked out, and these countries are taking control of their national resources. So it's a huge problem for America and the West. Let me not say America, for the oligarchs controlling our country, because our oligarchs do not want them to be able to control their own destiny. So, and we are actually seeing signs of this spread to other countries. Ivory Coast, which is another country that's been under Western control for centuries. They have also kicked out the French military following this. Senegal, which has also kicked out the French military following this. So there is a pattern of other countries in West Africa starting to follow this trend. So it seems like the West is getting very nervous, and Nigeria is the largest country in terms of population in West Africa. So I guess they're figuring if they can break down Nigeria and destabilize Nigeria, then the whole region is essentially set back at least another few decades.
Okay. Well, let's hear this breakdown. And I have to get I'm learning the pronunciation of these West African countries, so I appreciate getting those right for me. Here's a quick breakdown here.
Threatening military intervention of Nigeria is really about access to Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali, the alliance of Sahel states. This is going to be an intervention on behalf of France. Ever since Niger nationalized its uranium assets, the same uranium that France was stealing to run its nuclear reactors to make itself a nuclear power, a superpower, Niger is asserting its own sovereignty over its natural resources, same as Burkina Faso, same as Mali with its gold, Burkina Faso with its gold and other resources. So this is making NATO very nervous. Countries like Ivory Coast have expelled French troops from their country, Chad as well. Also, Senegal as well kicked out French troops. Remember, West Africa is where France gets all of its power from. Without total domination, subjugation, and sabotage of West African states, France has absolutely no power. It is toothless. Right now, 14 West and Central African countries use something called the CFA franc. It is a currency that is attached to the French franc at first, and now the euro. These 14 countries are required to pay half of their foreign exchange reserves paid back into the French treasury. And if these countries say no, also remember that Abuja in Nigeria is the seat of ECOWAS, the Economic Community of West African States. This is a regional economic bloc that seeks to put all of these West African states under the control of the African Union and, by extension, the European Union. That is why you will find that the people of Nigeria are the very last to benefit from the resources of Nigeria because of economic blocs that do not favor the prosperity of African people like ECOWAS. And so Bola Tinubu, the president of Nigeria, is very disgruntled that the alliance of Sahel states of Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso want to exit ECOWAS, have actually exited from ECOWAS. They do not want to be under the yoke of imperialism any longer. So this is all about France losing its grip and viability as a world superpower. So America wants to intervene.
Yeah, and just to be clear, the Alliance of Sahel States has already, announced plans to create their own currency. That's what Gaddafi was killed for.
It is.
So they're not letting the idea go. They saw what happened to Gaddafi. They know why it happened to Gaddafi, and they are willing to literally risk their asses to try to do what they know needs to be done, for their country. So, they are literally putting their lives on the line over there. And, one thing I just want people to, remember, there's a lot of assassinations that have happened on the African continent, and they make examples out of everybody, who stands up. So, as unfortunate as Africa has been, literally every time someone tries to do the right thing, they get shot. So, we have to be a little understanding when we're looking at their situations. And, I'll be honest with you, as I've been posting about this online, it's clear to me that just like in America, you have large chunks of our population that have been propagandized in ways that seem unexplainable. There's actually chunks of Nigeria who are so disgruntled with their own leadership that they think colonization might not be such a bad thing. I've seen them say this online. Oh, well, our leaders are so corrupt. How much worse could it be if America comes in and, tries to manage our resources and give us a stipend? Like, I've literally heard them say this, right? And for every Nigerian out there who is watching this, anyone who happens to see this, I just want you to remember that Obama in 2012 changed the definition of a target to any military-aged man standing where we are shooting. That means if you were not a woman, if you were not a child or a senior, and you happen to be standing in an area where a bomb drops, because maybe at one point they got a phone signal that made them think someone they think is a terrorist is in your area, you will be counted as a target, as a legitimate target. So when if we do go through with this and we start bombing this country, you should understand that when they say, oh, we killed 100 militants today, they don't have any evidence that any of the people they're killing are actually militants. If you are a military-aged male between the ages of 18 and 64, and you are standing where we are shooting, you will be counted as a militant. If you were advocating for America to go into your country to save you, you're going to regret it. And this isn't to downplay what's happening over there, because there are people dying over there. So I'm not saying that there's nothing happening and nothing needs to be done, but we're not going to solve your problems. Like, the American government has no interest in protecting the people on the ground. And you can tell by how we define what a legitimate target is.
Yeah. And I'll go one further. It sounds like we don't even have to use the word militant anymore, Jay. Now we just say terrorist, and that can be anything we want it to be. That's it. That's your target. Everybody in Palestine's a terrorist, right? Because they aren't us, right? And then everyone here, if we get targeted here, we're just anti-Semitic. So there's a whole list of it. So Obama set a precedent of changing definitions, and it's only gotten worse since. I actually wish we could go back to 2012 and only have that one term be changed. Now we have to add an entire like lexicon of words that have been
speaking of that, they changed the definition of vaccine. And and for any African who thinks that America will somehow protect you better than your own government, well, maybe you don't agree with the opinion of Matt and I on the effect of these vaccines, but our opinion is they are poisoning us, American citizens. So if they're willing to poison citizens of this country, like of every race, every color, every religion, they don't give a shit about you, man. Like, I promise you, America is not the answer to whatever problem it is you're going over there. So trade with America, do business with us, but don't let us come in and try to solve your problems. It's not going to end well for you.
Oh, yeah. Look, there's so much more on this Nigeria situation, but I don't want to end it before at least showing your tweet that was featured with on Jimmy Dore. So let's play that clip because it is your thought, Jay. It's really your thoughtful commentary and your breakdown that is important and does get people's attention. So it's a good opportunity that Jimmy's audience was able to see your thoughtful analysis on this. So here we go.
Yes, thank you.
There's a good tweet by Jay Scott. He says, I think Trump is spiraling because China may start to severely restrict our rare earth supply for the war machine. And we can't wage endless wars without that, since we don't manufacture enough here. So Trump is rushing to destabilize every strategic target he can. So if you don't know, I'm going to do a story later about China, but China has all the rare earths that we need, which is a big reason why Trump already dropped his tariffs. So now the tariffs are lower on China than they are in India. Apparently, China is telling American and European companies to circumvent our governments and go directly to them to flex their muscles and to prove the point. It's not about killing our nonviolent industry, but trying to rein in our war machine, which may soon be turned toward them in Taiwan. So do you follow that? I do. The sooner we accept we are no longer the lone superpower and it's a multipolar world and focus on our own issues instead of trying to dominate the world, the sooner we could get back on track. So we're still pretending like it's 20 years ago and we're the big superpower instead of a failing empire, which is what we are. And the new superpower is China. So instead of trying to recognize that, it's no longer a unipolar world, but a multipolar world. Lots of people just as powerful or more than us. If we could recognize that, then maybe we could work together on cooperation and we could fix our own country instead of endlessly doing militaristic adventures everywhere in the world. Venezuela, Somalia, Nigeria, Gaza, Ukraine, Syria, Afghanistan, Iran, Iraq, Libya. Well, we could keep going all day. Ukraine. Remember that aside from the mass casualties we cause with these tragic interventions at the behest of multinational corporations, not the security of or for the American people, every single one of these wars devalues our dollar because they are extremely expensive. So the more money we spend on war, the less money the less the money you have in your wallet is worth. Just so you know.
Yeah, and shout out to Jimmy, for putting my tweet on the show. I've been a fan of his, for years since he was on the Young Turks. And, I definitely credit him, with my awakening to what's going on in the American politics. It wasn't just him, but he was a big part of it. So definitely felt good to be featured on his show. But yeah, just to kind of, add to what I was saying there, our rare earth supplies, and it's not that we can't find rare earth minerals in other places. There are actually rare earth minerals in Nigeria. The issue is manufacturing the rare earths. China is the only country in the world that is efficient at doing it. Every other country that has tried has failed. The other U.S. ally that has put the most effort into it is Japan, and they haven't been able to get very far in the manufacturing process. And part of that is actually because it's extremely damaging to the environment, apparently, and China has looser regulations on their environmental controls. So the truth is, China got us by the balls. Like there's no other way to say it. Like, we cannot manufacture weapons without getting parts from China, and China is now saying we might cut you guys off in a year. So in my opinion, that's part of the reason why you have Trump going on this war path right now. Oh, let's bomb Mexico, let's bomb Venezuela, let's bomb Nigeria. Every week he's talking about bombing somewhere else. And my opinion is part of the reason for that is because they may feel like the timer is on. So they're trying to develop the ability to manufacture these rare earths, but it hasn't actually happened yet. That's just the truth. So
yeah. Well, there's more on the Nigeria, but what I do like, Jay, is that you are connecting the dots, and Jimmy's audience is seeing it, that it's not like we're not just taking this. I mean, we have to look case by case at each one of these, war escalations, but it's the same blueprint every time. And once we can educate enough people about that, we can see it coming before it gets here, because we recognize those red flags up front. Every one of these is the same. It's the same thing every time. And we're doing so many at the same time right now. It's pretty remarkable that Trump thinks he can get away with all of these wars at the same time. But yeah, as far as, there was this one. Let me just play one more clip here we have on Nigeria, because there's so much here, but it's the reactions. This is one a Nigeria U.S. Army commander spilling the beans. This might be one of the reasons why we're needing to spin the narrative right now, because
the second largest importer of cement in the world. And now we have reversed it. Nigeria now exports cement more than any other African country. We built from the zero level to the second largest plant of fertilizer in the world. So Nigeria now, not only we export, we actually export 37% of our fertilizer to the United States of America. Again, in terms of petrochemical, Nigeria imports about 350,000 polypropylene. Now we have addressed that issue. It's not going to happen again. We'll export, not only that we'll meet the local demand, we'll export 600,000 out of the country to serve all the other African countries. And, you know, we went on and said, okay, fine. What's the highest, biggest capacity of refinery that has ever been built in the world?
Right.
By Saudi Aramco, which is 430,000 barrels. We said that let us do what has never ever been done before. That is to do 650,000 barrels per day. And we have delivered. So when we have done all these successes in business, there's no way we will not be able now to do this in health. And what we need to do is to make sure that we stop this health tourism. And we should now get into producing our own drugs.
I mean, he's just going basically. You guys see this, right? He's saying that we're so successful in these industries that we're able to break off and be independent on our own. And then you have you add in our own currency. After that, you're talking about taking on these industries that we're not going to be able to benefit from. The empire will not be able to benefit from. So we're going to have to force our way in. We do this all the time, over and over.
And
so
look
as
who he's saying it to, Bill Gates.
Bill Gates, Bill Gates.
And you know, that's where Bill Gates is putting all his money now. He wants to control the world's medicine, and he wants to control the world's food supply. And he's telling Bill Gates, hey, like, we actually want to take ownership of this process. And, you know, I just want everyone to think about what he said just now. Nigeria now has the ability to become a net exporting oil country. That means now they have the largest oil refinery in the world in Nigeria. And that is actually the business model of these gigantic, multinational corporations. They want to be able to do the profitable part of the process in their own countries. Whereas if Africa starts doing the refining and the manufacturing of their own resources, then it's going to be dangerous to the oligarchs over here, in the West. So that's the thing they fear the most. And the place where America is proposing to build its military base in Nigeria to combat these extremists is right next to the oil refinery, and which is a different place than where the majority of this fighting is happening. The oil refinery is down south, and most of the fighting and the extremism is happening up north. So if you care about fighting the extremism, why are you putting the base over there? Like, it doesn't make any sense unless it's not really about the extremism. And then, of course, they say the South is, that's where, the Christians are. So we got to make sure we protect those guys. They got oil too, but it's about the Christianity.
So look, I want to, there's even more on this story, but we got to move on to the next one. But Jay, I want to keep this conversation going. Obviously, Nigeria is not going away, but I'll tell people this in the meantime. If you're seeing what I'm seeing, I'll leave you guys with this one on Nigeria. If you guys are seeing some of your Christian Zionist friends or people that have been totally silent on genocide for 2 years, all of a sudden they're like, why are people not in the streets about Nigeria? You're seeing that. All you gotta do is
the irony is insane. We just killed 100,000 Palestinians since October 7th, 2023. But you're worried about a genocide and outraged about a genocide in Nigeria. So outraged, you're going in guns blazing.
Well, the reason they're doing it isn't because they give a shit about Nigeria. They're doing it because they're trying to frame people that care about people as anti-Semitic. That's the point. Mm-hmm. They're saying you don't care because it's not Jews doing it. That's why they're doing it. If you want a good response to that, if you got anyone coming at you in your social media or your friend circle or your job circle or wherever, family dinner tables, Thanksgiving's coming up. If you're having this discussion with people, oh, I don't see you in the street for Nigeria, just show them this. The the Mossad, might be behind all of this. It's just like, look, every time you see and Jay just pointed this out, that our military base isn't going to be there to help the humanitarian crisis. The humanitarian crisis, as Bernie Sanders would say, it's there because we're there to take stuff. That's what we're there for. So wouldn't it make sense that we also manufacture the problem from the beginning? Isn't that also part of the blueprint? Yeah. We have to create we have to manufacture the consent.
And I know we got to move on to the next story, but guys, just go look it up. We got a U.S. senator who came out in February saying, "Hey guys, why are we funding Boko Haram? Like why are we funding these terrorists that are roaming all over Nigeria and the rest of Africa? So if we build this military base there, that will be to funnel weapons to those extreme, so they can expand out, not just in Nigeria to destabilize that, but also to get into the AES, which we spoke about earlier before. That's Niger, Burkina Faso, Mali, Chad. It's extremely dangerous for the whole region. And last thing, if you care about illegal immigration, if you don't care about anything to do with Africa or African people, but you care about illegal immigration, what do you think's going to happen when we destroy all the progress that these countries have made? The people there are going to be desperate, and they're going to do anything they can to get to Europe, get to America, get to anywhere else that might be slightly safer than where they are. So if you care about illegal immigration, then you should care about this.
Yeah. Okay. And Airways says, genocide is bad, okay? As a South Park reference like that.
Yeah.
It's bad, okay? Yeah, it is bad. Okay, let's move on. I'm gonna tell you a couple more with you. We got to do the MAGA divide that's happening, the Tucker versus Shapiro, or it's Tucker and Fuentes. I can't keep track of them all, but these are all very influential voices. We're gonna talk about this MAGA divide. Let's just start with the general premise, and I'm really interested in this part. And we'll get into the details about what's the back and forth with these guys and what's happening here. It kind of almost feels like a little WrestleMania, but there's something real that's happening underneath all the hype. I want to start with this because I wonder, Jay, how people outside of this are responding. How do the Democrats, how does the average American that turns on CNN or whips out, whatever political story just once in a while, or a New York Times story. I went on to see what the mainstream was saying to start, because we'll start with this. There is a MAGA divide. And so right off the bat, we're seeing, okay, so this is the setup. You got Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson. They're dividing MAGA over Israel and anti-Semitism. So they're setting this up like, okay, so they're having this little skirmish inside the right? Well, what is the skirmish? Well, a deep dive has emerged within Trump's MAGA movement over Israel, sparked by a viral Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes. Now, they had a podcast together. It reignited the debates on anti-Semitism and U.S. support for Israel. I don't think that debate did it. I think we've been doing this the whole time. And the two of them have been talking about this the whole last 2 years. They didn't just start out of nowhere. But I guess it's getting more attention because they're getting louder. Also, the pushback to them is getting louder. And we'll get to the Shapiro thing in a second here. So while figures like Ted Cruz, Ben Shapiro, they continue to defend Israel, sound like idiots doing it. Others like Marjorie Taylor Greene, Steve Bannon, push America first stance, leaving Trump notably silent, which is actually a good point. So that is the playing field going into this. Now, we know we had the Republican, it's called the Republican Jewish Coalition Summit, which happened over last weekend. We covered that part on the show here and showed all the insanity coming from that room, where you had the Lindsey Grahams on stage, you had these podcasters, you had Mayweather going up there saying, I'm with Israel, brain damaged Mayweather saying, I'm with Israel 100%. I mean, they did everything they could. To me, the Lindsey Graham moment did stick out because he's up there gloating in front of all these Zionists in the room. And what they're doing is they're trying to manufacture consent to go after Tucker, to go after Nick Fuentes. That's the point of what they're doing at this conference. And as they're coming up with ways to attack, they're also gloating about what they do. And Lindsey Graham talked about how Trump is the greatest president ever because he cuts our taxes while he kills the right people. So I'm going to show you guys Tucker's response to this, and it really will set you kind of a stage of, you know, that there are two sides here. There is the insane side that is in the room with Lindsey Graham, and then there's the more rational side on the right, which is listening to Tucker and watching Tucker break down this one moment. So let's watch Tucker's breakdown of this. And again, we covered this on Tuesday ourselves, but I love Tucker's delivery on this. Check this out.
Good about the Republican Party. We're killing all the right people and we're cutting your taxes.
Cutting your taxes and killing all the right people. That really is the crispest way to describe the marriage of libertarian economics and neocon foreign policy. Cutting taxes and killing. And if you think about it, who'd want to be associated with that? Cutting taxes itself is hardly a virtue. It's a contextual matter. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. It totally depends. But in Lindsey Graham's simplistic but heartfelt formulation, cutting taxes is just a positive good always. And so is killing people. Killing the right people. No, they got to be the right people, but killing people. Killing people is just a good thing. Like, it's one of those things you don't need to describe. It's like sex with your wife. It's just good. Have you killed someone today? Oh, good. You have? Okay, good. That's how he thinks of it. You're a sick fuck if you say something like that, much less if you believe it. Killing people? And if you're gleefully in front of an audience applauding like seals, bragging about the killing that you are doing, that's really evil.
I mean, that honestly, Jay, that's like as logical of a response I can imagine. And again, I don't know how people are responding on the left. I don't know if they even know this is happening, but if you showed this clip to like a vote blue no matter who, like, I don't even know what they'd say, but like, how could you argue with what Tucker's saying there? It's exactly the right breakdown. And they're notably in this Zionist camp, they're notably upset because Tucker is talking to so many people. He's not talking to Democrats really, but he's talking to so many people that are listening to his breaking this down, this insanity. So yeah, I'll pass it to you right now. I'm going to set up a couple more stuff, but like what is your response here? Is Tucker behaving is he being smart in how he's behaving? Because they're launching an assault on him right now.
Yeah, so I want to start by distinguishing between Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson. Two different people. However, what Tucker said just now, can't disagree with that. A lot of Tucker's foreign policy takes have actually been pretty on point, like recently. And it's hard to argue, with a lot of what he's saying specifically when it comes to foreign policy. However, I do think it's problematic. It's extremely problematic for the country to normalize Nick Fuentes, because it's fair to discuss the culture of a country, because in Israel, we have over 60% of the population believing that it's okay to wipe out every Palestinian in existence, right? They all want to treat them like Amalek. You also have a corrupt government. It's fair to criticize the government. I'm agnostic. I believe in God, but I don't believe in any one specific religion. But I don't think it's a good idea to engage in quote unquote a holy war against any religion. And I also don't think it's a productive idea to judge people by their race or their ethnicity. You should judge people by the content of their character. So Nick Fuentes does have some accurate takes on crimes that Israel has committed. However, he also mixes in a bunch of racism and a bunch of discrimination in with some of his valid criticism. So his slogan, America First, makes sense, because if America put America first, it would be better for the entire world. Like, if we stopped destabilizing all these countries and put all of our attention and focus here in America, the world would be better off. I agree with that concept. However, when I hear the description from Nick Fuentes of what that means, that's something I can't get down with, because his version of America is essentially get rid of anyone who isn't white. That's what I've seen, from Nick Fuentes. So, and he's one of those people that talks out both sides of his mouth, because you see some clips from Nick Fuentes saying, literally, women need to shut the fuck up. Black people need to be in jail, and we need to commit a holy war against the Jews. These are direct quotes from Nick Fuentes. And then the other day he comes out and says, oh, well, I want to unite with everyone who wants to put like America first. I don't care what color you are and all that. So he tries to have it both ways. Now, the issue is a lot of his followers do take the worst parts of what he says to heart, and they do believe in those things. So he is mixing in like the most effective lies and the most effective manipulation all have a lot of truth mixed in with them. So if the truth that you're building your image around is Zionists have a terrible influence on our political process, then and you mix in a bunch of poison with that, that's an extremely dangerous place to be. And when Tucker brought him on, Tucker didn't challenge him on any of the things I just mentioned right now. I'd love to have Nick Fuentes on the homeless left, and I would challenge him on a lot of those issues. But like, my point is, like, if you're going to have someone like that on, you should challenge him. So I don't think that means that we cancel Tucker Carlson and throw him completely out the window and disregard everything he says. And I don't think that means you can call the man racist. However, I do think that he should have put up a little bit more questions against Nick Fuentes and done a little bit more to distinguish between the positive and negative things that Nick Fuentes says.
Yeah, I think Candace had him on, and she was a lot more critical, and I think that they're not as buddy because of it. But I mean, that happened earlier. But yeah, he's an unhinged young dude that might be hurting the Palestinian cause, and the challenging of Israel and the occupation. He might be hurting it. Tucker aligning with him. I don't know if he's aligning with him just because he had him on his show, right? And he didn't challenge him enough. But they're now being put into the same breath. That's the thing that's happened now. Now you're saying the two of them at the same. You're saying Tucker and Nick, and you're saying them. You're meshing them together.
And I think it's fair to criticize Tucker, for doing that.
Yeah. But this is you sent me these ratio ones. These are kind of funny. This is that Byron Donalds, who was at that event, that Republican event we showed you. It's kind of funny because he put this tweet out, and the ratio was pretty insane. I guess I got to take the banner so you guys can see this. This is he goes, our party's always stood for the Constitution, civil rights, free speech, freedom of religion, limited government. We will never stand for the twisted ideologies of Marxism, totalitarianism, bigotry, and there's the big one, anti-Semitism. We will not stand idly by as our Jewish neighbors are demonetized. What? Demonetized? Wait, who's being demonetized?
Okay. Or demonized.
Oh, demonized. Sorry, I read. Yeah. I knew I got that. That would have been weird if he had put demonetized. Okay, it's demonized. I won't stand by and watch our Jewish neighbors be demonized. And then Nick Fuentes says, "Good boy," which is this, because he's got the yellow ribbon on and he's doing his. And look at that. This was in 3 minutes after it went up. And he got ratioed there. That's,
and just so everyone remembers, Byron Donalds was a serious contender for the VP pick. So he's supposed to be like a Republican with a national profile who's supposed to be one of the more popular guys. And Nick Fuentes comes in and instantly ratios him. So you could argue that the two most influential people on the right now are probably Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes. And in my opinion, you're setting up the dynamic now, like, okay, if you criticize Israel, does that now mean that you agree with everything Nick Fuentes says if he is the most popular person that is criticizing Israel? So we are in a dangerous place.
Yeah, it seems very dangerous. We got to be careful the next moves that occur. But he keeps doing this ratio stuff. He did it to Elon too. Looks like Elon had his response to Elon got more engagement. It looks like
less views too.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah. So he's making his mark here, I guess you could say. And then you have Ben Shapiro, who's getting livid at this guy. Here's what Ben put out yesterday. He has this whole. We're not going to watch any of this 40-minute clip here, but what he's saying is no to the Goyers. And what can you explain what the Goyers are?
Yeah, the Groypers are
Groypers.
all of Nick
Groypers.
Fuentes' fans, mostly incels, probably, in my opinion. So, yeah.
So Ben is the one doing this. What I just explained, the grouping of these guys, and this is to illegitimize Tucker by grouping him here, right? No to the Groypers, no to cowards like Tucker Carlson, who normalize their trash. So that's him saying, because you normalized him by having him on, and now you guys are buddies. No to those who champion them. Oh, so anybody who says they have anything to say, like you said, we can say, hey, you got this right, you got this wrong. We're allowed to do that, right? We don't have to be on team this or team that. No to demoralization, no to bigotry and anti what is this?
Meritocratic horseshit.
Yeah. No to
anti-Americanism. I mean, and like, I can understand why people are upset with Tucker Carlson, and I do think it's worth a conversation about why would you bring someone like Nick Fuentes on your show without challenging him. That is a fair conversation to have, but that doesn't mean that you then throw away every single thing that Tucker Carlson has ever said. Because like the clip you played to start out this segment, it's hard to disagree with that. Like, he said, if you're proud of killing people, there's something wrong with you. And I agree with that, because there's a better way. We didn't kill, like, if you were to ask the average American, was Nazi Germany good? The average American would say no. Does that mean that we should kill all Germans, like, who were mostly Nazis at that time? No. You re-educated them. You told them, like, you essentially explained to them, hey, there were problems. That doesn't mean you can blame every single person associated with a religion because of organized crime that gets run through, like, a particular religion. Because, the truth is, like, there was a lot of attention on the Italian mob because of Hollywood. They put a whole lot of attention on what the Italian mafia did.
Of course.
The Jewish mafia was at least as powerful or more powerful back in those days. And they never went away. Like, they're still there. So a Jewish mob exists, but they don't make movies about that.
Why do you think Hollywood forgot to make movies about the Jewish mafia?
Coincidence, just a coincidence.
Must have slipped their minds.
So,
there was some, yeah.
So at the end of the day, like, it's fair to talk about culture. It's fair to talk about religion. It's fair to criticize government. But when you say you got to do a holy war against an entire religion, and I've heard him literally say, like, a direct quote from Nick Fuentes, when we get in power, we got to put the Jews to death. Like I've heard him say that also before too. And the issue is, because of what Israel has done, they don't distinguish between people who follow Judaism and people who might be of, an ethnicity that has traditionally been Jewish. So that means that Nick Fuentes is arguing for the execution of Max Blumenthal, Norman Finkelstein, Jewish Voices for Peace, all the other anti-Zionist Jews that there are out there. He is arguing for the execution of all these people who are completely against what Israel is doing. So, I agree. Let's talk about problematic parts of the religion. Let's talk about the Israeli government. Let's talk about organized crime that is weaponizing Judaism. But if you say let's engage in a holy war or let's genocide like a group of people, then you're actually like manufacturing consent for Israel in a way. Because one thing I just want people to remember, Israel, the idea of Israel first came up in the late 1800s. When it came up, it was only extremely wealthy Jews that were interested in it. And don't forget, there were Jewish ghettos across Europe. So it's not like all Jews have been rich for all eternity. There were large amounts of poor Jewish people all over Europe, right? That's when the idea for Zionism first started. Then with the Balfour Declaration, I think it was 1918, they started to really try to start immigrating to Israel. Very few European Jews were interested in going to Israel because they considered Europe to be their home. They didn't want to leave. Do you know what really sparked the mass immigration of European Jews to go to Israel? It's the same guy who Nick Fuentes is holding up as a hero. When the Nazis started coming to power, immigration from Europe to Israel started to pick up a lot. And by the end of the war, the tide had started to turn on that. And even here in America, it hadn't completely turned, but as the decades went on, like they got more and more interested in the idea. So like the Nazi Party was one of the best things that could have happened to the Zionist cause, because before that, they weren't interested in actually leaving and going to Israel. So you could argue that, I would argue that Hitler and the Nazi Party played a large role in what we see happening to the Palestinians today. And they even had a formal agreement. Like, Matt, have you heard of the Havara agreement before?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
So, no, obviously, Nick, look, what you're listing every point that why Nick Fuentes at best is just uneducated on history. At worst, he is just kind of a racist, sexist dude that has
and I don't believe for a second that he hasn't heard of this stuff before, because he has plenty of time, because his job is podcasting, and this is the one issue he cares about the most. He has nothing to say about the role the Vatican played, nothing to say about secret societies, and he has Führer Fridays and Hitler Fridays. So he's promoting someone
there's something
who helped.
There's something off about that, and it seems to be like Hitler. It seems to be only elevating the need for Zionism, the need for retaliation, the need for justification, the need for expansion, and all this stuff you need that bad guy till you can be the good guy. Yes. So with Tucker not asking those questions when he interviewed him is concerning. After having this conversation with you, Jay, I'm beyond the point now of concern that Tucker missed an opportunity, and more leaning towards the fact, is Tucker in on this? Because and with this, I found this just right before we came on here today, but apparently Nick Fuentes is now challenging Ben Shapiro to a debate, and I don't know if this is going to happen. But this is what he's saying, and he's looking for a reaction. This is WWE time. But what we're saying is, if this happens, first of all, why is Tucker not the one in the debate? Why is Nick doing this? And if he gets set up by Ben Shapiro in this debate, Ben Shapiro might let him have it on these very obvious points, and it may help the Zionist movement as a result. Why is Tucker not the one asking? But Nick's asking for the debate. Here he is asking for it right now.
Bono 07 cent $50. Hey Ben, keep Nick Fuentes' name out your mouth. You're irrelevant now. Love you, Nick. Less than 3.
Well, and he should debate me. If he feels so strongly, then debate me. He won't. He knows he won't. You know he won't. I know he won't. Come and debate me then. I have 55,000 live viewers. How many live viewers do you get? He knows that if he debates me, it'll be the most watched debate in politics in 10 years. It'll be bigger than the Trump-Biden debate.
He is right about that. It would be the most watched debate in a very long time. And it sets up such a terrible dynamic, because it's either you're a Zionist or you're Nick Fuentes.
This is a problem, because he could take him up on this. I think if it was Tucker asking for the debate, he would never step foot in a room with Tucker. That would not actually happen. I think Tucker would destroy him after everything that's gone down with Charlie Kirk, after everything that's gone down, these last 2 years. I think that you wouldn't see that. But
sorry,
he
really
say yes
quick.
to Nick. Yeah.
And speaking of that, you do know that Nick Fuentes was actually going off on people who suggested that Israel could have been involved in the Charlie Kirk assassination, right? Did you hear about that?
Yes, and that's why they're gonna that thing will be put to rest if he gets in a room with Ben Shapiro.
Mm-hmm.
And Ben Shapiro might be making the points you're making right here in this conversation, and he'd be right about them. As far as why are you glorifying this guy, but he would do it in a Ben Shapiro way, which is very, but
well, he's not going to talk about the Havara agreement. He's not going to criticize.
Well, he won't talk
Israel,
about that. Yeah. But he'll say you're creating and you are the cause of anti-Semitism and why we need more protection than ever. You are the cause. Your logic about what to do to all the Jews, you are the hate. That's what he would do, and it would be hard for us to argue against Ben Shapiro. If he worded it a certain way, he would be right in that sense. What happens?
They're both disgusting in certain ways, and they're both right in certain ways. Like some of Nick Fuentes' criticisms about Israel's control over our government are correct. And the truth is, the man is actually somewhat of a talented broadcaster. He's entertaining to watch. He's funny. He's mean, but that doesn't mean he isn't a fucking racist and a jackass. So it's a terrible situation, and I think he is being boosted. I don't know if he's a Fed. I don't know if this is just how he feels, because there are people out there who that's how they are. Like maybe that's how Nick Fuentes is. So, but the thing that is actually really suspicious to me though, and why I think maybe he really is a Fed, is exactly what we spoke about just now. All the evidence that kind of points to there being some kind of Israeli involvement in what happened to Charlie Kirk, and you have zero questions about that. Like Tucker has questions about that. I've seen Tucker question if did
they even talk about that? When Tucker was interviewing Nick, did they talk about Charlie Kirk? I missed that.
I don't remember. I didn't watch the interview, to be honest with you. I should have watched it for this segment, but yeah. I mean, so it's like, yeah, I think both of them could be Feds, but that doesn't mean both of them aren't right about certain things, because the best lies always have truth written into them, and both of them are somewhat talented. Like Tucker is a talented broadcaster, so is Nick. That doesn't mean that all of their views are right, and that doesn't mean that they aren't artificially boosted by the algorithms and propped up.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if a debate like that happens. I'd be worried if it does, because I don't see that we can move the society forward. We can move humanity forward with those two in a room together. I don't think we're going to be moving anything forward. So I hope he doesn't take it. The opportunity, and I hope Tucker gets more vocal. Like Candace is a lot more vocal than Tucker as far as putting herself out there. I think Tucker's being a little more cautious, and he's saying the right thing about when Lindsey Graham goes off about how great Trump is, but he's being cautious. I see Tucker being very cautious right now. He's not as, I don't give a crap what they do to me, I got to do what's right. He's not doing that. And Candace is, but to a point. We'll see what happens, but I'm glad we're breaking this down. This is the complicated part of the equation. What's not complicated is what Israel's doing in Palestine, what Israel's doing. That's easy. We can see that. That's easy. This stuff, the maneuvering and all of this, the game playing and the who's a psyop, who's not, who's controlled opposition, who's not, that's complicated. And that's why we do this show. That's why we have these conversations. So thank you, Jay, breaking this one down with us, and we'll stay on it for sure. I know this is the time we were scheduled to dive out, and we had one more. And I do have Leslie ready to come. What we could push it, or I could do it later. If you want to stick around, we could do it real quick.
Yeah, I probably got to get back to work because I'm already over on my lunch break right now. That Nigeria story took a lot to cover over there. But
hey, man, you sent me a bunch there, dude. I was up looking through that last night, so that's what happens.
I get you. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely an important story. What I would just caution people to remember about what you're about to talk about, I can't stay for the whole thing, is they can change one or two molecules, in an ingredient and pretend like it's a completely new ingredient. So, we're taking steps in the right direction where RFK is going, but always read the fine print. because they can just rebrand the chemical as something completely new if they change one little tiny part of it. So I love that we're having the conversation about whether or not, all these medical interventions are healthy, but, just read the fine print. That's what I'd encourage everyone to do. So, but yeah, great stories today for sure. And awesome. I'll be in touch soon.
Thanks, Jay. We'll see you next time.
Later.
All right, Jay Scott, everybody. All right. We do got more show for you guys. Thanks for coming in when you get here, whenever you get here, whenever you need to leave. We don't mind you guys coming and going whenever you can tune in. We're here. We're here all afternoon. We got a couple more stories for you. I'm going to bust one of them out right now, and then we're going to do some talking back with Leslie. So let me bust out one more for you guys. Get your questions, your comments on our Rumble and our YouTube. I see a bunch there. We've bookmarked some of them. We're going to be talking to you guys directly coming up real soon here. And after this next story, I think the next story is queued up, so we can just get started. We did We Know What It's Not on Tuesday, but man, we had some more stuff go down since, so we're just going to do another one. Okay, here we go, guys. And we do have some, it's some officially some Maha news we're going to announce for you in another episode this week. It's a back-to-back, another episode of We Know What It's Not. Here we go.
But the virus stops with every vaccinated person.
But this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
The conspiracy theory about this related to vaccine, you're right.
We had to really move at the speed of science.
Doctors are baffled. They're looking into it. They're trying to figure out what's going on. Why all these medical emergencies happening? We don't know. We have no idea what's happening. We're not doctors. We're not scientists. We follow the science, but we do what they tell us to do, and we don't ask any questions. So while we're waiting for the doctors to get back with their answers of what happened, what we can know for sure in the meantime is we know what it's not. We had RFK make this official announcement. I'm going to play the clip where he's announcing, we knew this from earlier, a couple months ago, that RFK had officially said that Mercury was in the process, the element of mercury, which we know is very dangerous and should not be injected into us. Apparently, mercury, which has been in all of these vaccines the entire time we've had mercury in our vaccines. He said that we were working to get the mercury removed from vaccines, and that was in process. Well, as of now, he's telling us they have officially been removed from all U.S. vaccines. That's not me reporting on it. That's RFK telling us this. So this should be good news. Here we go.
And safe alternatives exist. Now that America has removed mercury from all vaccines, I call on every global health authority and every party to this convention to do the same. Manufacturers have confirmed that they can produce mercury-free single-dose vaccines without interrupting supply. There is no excuse for inaction or holding stubbornly to the status quo. Let's honor and protect humanity and our children and creation from mercury, and let's act in the true spirit of the Minamata Convention for the integrity of this historic treaty and to ensure that no child anywhere in the world is ever exposed to this deadly neurotoxin again. Thank you.
Great. So mercury's been removed from U.S. vaccines. That's all vaccines that are manufactured in the U.S. And now he's urging other countries to do the same. So this came out from the BMJ. RFK Jr. urges world to follow U.S.'s lead on mercury in vaccines. U.S. Health Secretary RFK Jr. has called on the world's health bodies to follow America's lead, removing mercury from all vaccines. In July, and this is what I said earlier, we had moved to make the ban on mercury. It's a preservative, thimerosal. I don't know if I'm getting that right. Known in the U.S. as thimerosal. Yes, from the influenza vaccines. Kennedy said that the move was to, and this is good, put safety first, right? We say safety first. Well, he's saying it in a more honest way than it was ever said to us by Fauci or Gates or any of the other a-holes who told us safety first when they gave us 6 feet, 3 masks, 2 weeks to slow the curve. You know all the nonsense. But no, this really would be putting safety first by removing mercury from vaccines. Okay, great. That's great, right? Well, let's see some of the reactions from this news. You're going to see a few different types of reactions. Let's check it out. Okay. MJ Truth Ultra says, breaking, RFK Jr. orders removal of mercury-based preservative from U.S. flu vaccines, citing alarming health risks. And this ingredient, it's nearly 50% mercury by weight. It's recognized as a neurotoxin and particularly harmful to fetal and infant brain development. So this is, so she's saying, MJ Truth Ultra, he's saying, thank you, God, as in this is something to celebrate, right? Not so right by this guy, this doctor, PhD, Andrea C. Love says RFK Jr. released a video on the Minamata Convention on mercury where he lied about vaccines. Oh, really? He lied? He said no amount of mercury should ever be injected into a child and urged a global ban on this containing vaccines. Good thing no child is injected with mercury. Well, don't play word games with us, Andrea. Don't play word games. They're not directly injected with mercury, but mercury is making up 50% of the ban on this ingredient that does contain mercury and is being injected into our kids. So don't lie. Now we're getting lied to. So of course, there's going to be a percentage of the population that think this is bad news for the wrong reason. Well, here's another reaction that would consider this bad news for maybe a better reason. Let's see. Katie says, RFK and MAGA can get fucked. We don't need mercury-free vaccines. We need no vaccines. They're a crime against humanity, a eugenics program. So this, Katie makes a good point. Again, we have a little tiny small win we can celebrate, but understandably, there's nothing RFK Jr. is going to be able to do to get vaccines off the market altogether. Obviously, particularly the mRNA vaccines will never go off the market because that's not being allowed. So he's able to do these little wins, and we're happy that mercury is no longer in these vaccines in the US. That's awesome. Other countries should follow our lead for sure. All agreeable, but we're not solving the real problem. We're just taking little pieces of it and pretending that we've accomplished everything and hitting home runs. These aren't home runs, people. These are base hits. At best, they might just be walks. I don't know. We're not winning a game here. We're making a layup. That's it. So good job. You put the ball in the hoop. It was an open layup. Good for you, RFK. Good for you. Okay. So with that said, I wasn't able to get to these on Tuesday. So let's give you some unrelated news. Has nothing to do with the work that the HHS Secretary Kennedy is doing, the MAGA movement, nothing to do with any of that. I just wanted to report to you on a few people we've lost recently. Unfortunately, so a little bad news, but completely unrelated to what we've been talking about as far as the poisons in some of these vaccines that we've been injecting into ourselves for many, many years, primarily through the COVID years over the last 5 years. Here we go. I didn't know this. Did you guys know D'Angelo passed away? I didn't even know. And then I saw his funeral was held in Virginia following his death at 51. I completely missed this one when it happened, but he was apparently laid to rest following his death at age 51 from pancreatic cancer. Didn't know that. Very, very bizarre. Aaron Elizabeth Health News says, fit, young, acclaimed music star D'Angelo dies of pancreatic cancer, which is one of the cancers caused by the COVID shots. Now, why would you go bringing that up, Aaron? Come on. Can you let the family grieve? Why do you have to tell us that this is one of the side effects listed on the Pfizer side effects that they try to hide for us from 75 years? You didn't have to make that point. Okay? That wasn't really relevant here. But yes, like you say at the end, rest in peace. Kelly Domination chimes in, says, I don't know what's worse, the fact that all these people are dying of cancers or the gaslighting limitations lunatics who tell you it has nothing to do with the COVID shot. R.I.P. D'Angelo. Now, I think you're a little out of line there too, Kelly. They're not lunatics for not wanting to bring up something that they might personally regret. They're just being human, and human beings tend to stand behind their convictions when they don't want to face the music of something they might have regret or feel guilty about or feel embarrassed about, that they might have been tricked and they thought they were smarter than they actually were. But again, this is not about being smart. This is about propaganda, and we're all potential victims of it on a lot of things. And that's why, again, we do this show. But let's keep the conversation particularly on the people we lost, not on what may have caused it, because the doctors are the ones looking into it. They're the ones who are baffled. They're figuring it out. We know what it's not, right? Okay. So next one. Oh, now this is really upsetting. Major League Baseball star Yorvis Medina dead at 37 after suffering a heart attack while driving. Well, that's no good. This happened on the 1st. This sucks. Oh gosh, Aaron Elizabeth, why do you have to chime in again on this? This can't be good. Breaking: young fit Major League Baseball star dies of heart attack while driving. Do you know what he has in common with the others? Please say yes below, as I'm censored. So many dead daily. I'm just talking about the famous ones. We all know what this is. No, we don't, Aaron. We're not doctors and nurses and well, we do have we do have doctors and nurses particularly in our community, if you guys know what I mean. But we're not allowed to say these things. That's not okay. We don't know what it is. So why are we talking about that? We should drop this. We should change the subject. Let's just change the subject. Okay. Next unfortunate incident happened. This is from the U.S. Sun. Trucker tragedy. Trucker girl influencer Odi Cabadas dies suddenly, aged 41, leaving Petro Hill fans in mourning. Oh my gosh, she was an influencer, a trucker girl, died suddenly at 41. Tributes are pouring in. She racked up hundreds of thousands of followers on her trucking videos. She was known as the Coco Trucker Girl, and she passed away on Monday after collapsing on her way home from a classic vehicle meet in Spain. It's understood she began suffering from severe headaches before fainting. She was airlifted to the hospital, but tragically died soon after that. Well, that sucks. Uh-oh. Look at this one from Metro. Footballers told their manager has died during their match. That's awful. Devastated players fell to their knees after being told their 44-year-old manager had died midway through the match. Madlin Zizovic, manager of Serbian top flight side Radnički 1923, collapsed on the side of the pitch after suffering a suspected heart attack in the first half of the side's game against Mladost. That's horrible news. It must have been really awful for them. The match was paused while he received treatment. He was rushed to a hospital, and the game surprisingly continued after that. Well, the game must go on, right? Halftime approaching. Referee paused the game to inform the players he had died. The players on both teams collapsed to the ground upon hearing the devastating news, with others rallying around their teammates for support. Terrible news. Terrible news. Oh my gosh. Jockey Tommy. Let's just do this last one here. Tommy Jakes, a jockey, 19, dies at home hours after his final ride. Oh no. The racing world has been plunged in the mourning following the tragic death of 19-year-old jockey Tommy Jakes at his home near Newmarket. Widely considered one of the most promising young riders, Jake got his first win at 16 on board a horse 4 years as junior. Jose Santos, his assistant, said, "We're really shocked. It's hard to believe. I feel completely empty," as he rode out for us twice a week and always seemed happy and positive. He never showed any signs of having any kind of problems. I know he didn't smoke. I know he didn't do drugs or drink. And for everyone in the yard, it's a massive shock. His parents Jeremy and Tony ask that their privacy is respected at this terrible time. Well, I'll be darned. I'll say this. You're going through the checklist, right? You're saying, well, let's see what could have been. He didn't smoke, he didn't do drugs, he didn't drink, he was perfectly healthy, he was athletic. So you're going through the list, but there's one thing you're leaving off that list, and that is a problem if nobody's bringing that part up. It would be like if somebody died of lung cancer and not say, well, how many packs a day of cigarettes did they smoke? Well, that's not related. Okay. Well, what are you, a doctor? You know that the smoking had something to do with it? Well, it's a good question to ask. So there is one question they're not asking here. You guys know what that is. And of course, the parents wanting privacy. We hear that a lot too. That's also a very common. We hear the privacy line. And the more famous they are, for me, like I don't know, like I wouldn't want that happening with me. I wouldn't want somebody issuing a statement and saying, let's be private. I'd want to be very public. That's my take, at least. I don't get this privacy thing always makes me nauseous, because what is that insinuating? We can't handle people? Like people who might harass you, they're going to do it anyways. You don't need to say it to the press that you want to have privacy. People are either going to respect you or not. That you're either going to get people, DMing you and, texting you or calling, seeing you on the street or not. That's going to happen anyway. But to put out a public statement like that, that always rubs me wrong. It makes me feel like you don't want to have conversations with people. Why don't you want to have conversations? Where do we get to the point in society where when people are dealing with horrific things, they don't want to talk? They don't want to ask questions. They don't want to have conversations. They don't want to have aha moments within their time of healing. And it's too soon. Everything's too soon, right? 9/11, too soon to ask questions. What about the family, the grieving family members? It's always this. It's always this. I hope that doesn't happen with me. I hope that you guys think about this too and have these conversations. Do you want? I just ask for privacy. I want to deal with my darkness and my confusion and my listing things off that I don't understand. I'm baffled, just like the doctor's baffled. Believe me, the doctors are baffled. I know it's a fun line I say at the beginning of the segment. It's kind of funny. We kind of do it tongue in cheek, but no, the doctors are baffled. If they weren't baffled, they would have told you what it was. Nobody knows. They don't know why this 19-year-old is dead. And the family wants privacy because they don't want to talk about it. Why don't they want to talk about it? I hope you want to talk about it if anything like that happens. I hope you want to talk about it as we deal with grief and pain and loss and confusion and remorse and guilt. All those things. We should want to talk. That's my 2 cents. Well, if anyone were to drop dead for no reason and it happened to be in front of somebody who knows how to have this conversation, I don't know, maybe RFK. Maybe somebody needs to drop down and have an incident in front of RFK. He'll talk about it, right? Right? No, RFK won't. RFK will bolt out of the door if it happens to him. You want to see? That effing happened. Watch a guy go down in the middle of this press conference and watch what RFK does.
High-value jobs. But today we... Oh, you okay? Gordon, you okay?
Bye, RFK.
Yeah.
Man down. Man down. Where's RFK? Where's the guy who knows how to connect dots, who knows how to ask questions? Where did he go? He left the room. You want to see that again? Look at this.
And creating
on camera.
High-value jobs. But today we...
And by the way, we've seen this so many times, guys. People on camera drop. We see newscasters, anchors, people just drop down for no reason. People don't know what's going on. They're baffled. They're confused. What is RFK doing? He's looking in the direction right now of the man who's falling down for no reason. What does he do?
Oh, you okay? Gordon, you okay?
Bye.
Yeah.
Off he goes.
Press out. Press, we're going. Thank you, press.
Now, press, get out. Get out, press. We're done. We're done. Nothing to see here. We're having a meeting about medical freedom and health and all that stuff that you voted for us for. Nothing to see here. Get out. Get out. And that's it. That's it. So we'll just have to keep waiting. We'll just have to keep waiting. They're working on it, right? That's where RFK went with they're in a private room talking about what happened. They're very baffled. They're confused. They don't know what's going on. We're all confused. Nobody knows what's going on. But while we're waiting patiently, rest assured, we can be 100% positive knowing that we know what it's not. Okay, let's get on to you guys now. It's time for Talking Back with Leslie, and you guys are going to have your comments responded to. We're going to get to as many as we can. We got a lot of you guys in here today. Really appreciate it. Make sure if you want to talk to us in real time, and we'll try our best to get to as much as possible. But these are the channels: Homeless Left on Rumble, THL Presents on YouTube. You can even chime in on Twitter on either Homeless Left or Matt Weinglass, and we'll see those as well. We don't have our Facebook up today. We're still working on that. The brand new Facebook channel, not an issue today. But I think that should do it. So let's go ahead and start talking back. Here we go. There she is. Welcome.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you. I love the music. I love the two pigtails. I love the skin color on that little cartoon. Everything's great.
I want to add like a something to signify like nurse or healthcare worker. I'm working on, because I like that it's talking. We should go Talking Back with Leslie, with Nurse Leslie. I think that would be cool. That would be cool.
Oh yeah, think about that.
I'll work on
thank you. Awesome to have all the same viewers from last week, new viewers. Really cool, really cool. And hello, Donald Duck's mom on YouTube. All right. So I picked a bunch of, you know what? I picked too many comments again, so I'm just going to try to breeze through a lot of them. Hi, Herb Green. Hello, everyone.
And let everybody know that's watching live, but also watching if we upload the replay. You know that today we've been talking about all these wars. We're just starting all these wars. We're doing a bunch. We're doing Venezuela. We're doing Nigeria. We're even trying to do some stuff in Mexico. We still got the proxy war going on in Ukraine, and we still have a genocide going on in Gaza. What? I thought there was a peace deal. I thought that was over. No, it's still happening. It's still going on. And IDF soldiers are raping Palestinian hostages too, and that's being covered up as well as the media continues to protect these things, which we should be furious about. But meanwhile, it's Trump is all these other things that's wrong with him, but no critique on his war psychopath war policies. But that's the problem. That's why we're here, and that's why we're talking to you guys right now. I'll pass it to you, back to you, Leslie.
Geez, what is going on in this world, Matt? For being the most intelligent species, Homo sapiens, human beings, we are the most wicked. We are destroying this earth. My God, it is really scary. Okay, so I guess I'll start at the very top, saying hello to Donald Duck's mom. I love that name, Citizen Pendejo. I think we followed each other on Twitter. My Twitter is Les E. Weinglass, or at Les E. Weinglass. If you guys have Twitter, follow me. I have like 10 people on. I haven't posted anything yet, I don't think, but I will. Work in progress.
You will. That sounds fine.
I saw Leora's comment on YouTube. She said, "You're late." We were preparing a few things, Leora. Sorry about that. I'm not sure if you're still on, but thanks for being on. Let's see, at 12:29 p.m., Lauren R4I4V probably means something else. More bad news on the economy. U.S. employers announced over 153,000 job cuts in October. This is 3 times more than October 2024, and the highest total for the month of October since 2003, a 22-year record. So our friend Donnie has been in office for a year, and some would say, well, it's not enough time for him to, fix the economy and create more jobs. And others would say, he's been in office for a while now. Why is this happening? And I'll add to that, Matt. I don't know. I think we briefly talked about this about CHLA. That's the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, that's located here in LA. It's very close to Kaiser and Hollywood Presbyterian. They're all like a little hospital community there. I think I mentioned to you a month or two ago or something, CHLA had to lay off, I think, a couple hundreds of people.
Oh my God.
And it is just a terrible thing because ultimately it's going to affect the patients, the children.
Yeah.
It's really bad.
It is. And, the media doesn't make it easier for us because they like to confuse us with, they're always doing, economy check-ins. It's always about keeping us divided on red and blue, but both parties are responsible for screwing up our economy equally. Biden did his share of screwing it up. But the point is, I think that they like to reflect on how well we're doing by giving us stock market information. And like, that's always to me is so kind of slap in the face to the people that, how many people are relying on the stock market to get through the week and pay their rent? They're not. And they always do. They always say, oh, look, the economy's jumping up again. It's like, but what about making rent, feeding your family? And like grocery prices are real. And that's the part they're always fudging on. Biden deflected that. Trump is flat out lying about grocery prices. And then this, of course, the SNAP stuff, which is we've talked about stuff and how it's the media is purposely and using this AI technology to purposely keep us mad at each other for why people should need to get up off their butts and get a job and stop relying on government handouts, which is another scam to keep us mad at the wrong people and not that is working against all of us.
I don't know about you, but I don't mind my tax dollars going to children and mothers and families. I don't care, men, grandmas and grandpas, and people like my mom and dad, older people. I don't mind at all that it goes to them. Actually, I mind that my tax dollars fund the evil things like the military industrial complex and LAP. That's what I'm pissed at. I don't care that my money goes to feeding people and to giving babies milk and diapers. I don't care. I don't mind it at all. Actually, I like that.
Yeah.
A part of my tax dollars go to that because in the pie chart, Matt, how many, what's the percentage? Like, I don't know. You probably don't know, but I mean, in the pie chart, the percentage of the money that's going into SNAP and help to families and children with food is a little in the pie chart.
This much.
Yeah. So
whatever number this is.
And then people are happy that these benefits were discontinued.
Yeah.
They have said not one word about the wars we're causing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I see Leora said, I'm still here. Hi, Leora. Herb Green, I know. He said, whoa, what is this wee shite? I don't know about you, but I'm doing what I can to give back to Mother Earth. They just posted that. And yeah, I'm talking about like in totality, human beings, we're ruining this earth. And I'm doing my part not to, and so are you, Matt. We're like anti-plastic people, very plant-based. Anyway, I won't go through the list of the things.
But this is Herb Green. I think that's a great, that if you've able to figure that out, good for you, man. Like I don't have a job.
I want to do that too.
Really, really cool that you were able to do that, growing your own food, making your own compost, that you have the ability to. Not everybody has that ability. I mean, maybe some people could do it if they could learn how to do it. They could be inspired by you, but there's also people who can't, people that are in their elderly years and they don't have the resources around them to grow anything because they're stuck in a little tiny little sliver of an apartment in New York City, or in, we have small areas here in LA too. It's not all spread out here, but like you don't have much to work with, and people living out of their cars. Did you guys know that homelessness specifically in California, but our whole country has a homeless problem, but we have it the worst here in California? Did you know that like we have people, the percentage of people, you would be surprised at the amount of people that are living out of their cars and have a job. The job's not enough to support them having a house. So they're homeless as they're working. And I'm not talking about part-time. I'm talking about full-time workers that don't have a home. I don't know where they're going to grow anything. I know they're using their paycheck for the bare necessities to get cleaned up and get to their job, so they don't look like they just slept in a sewer. And then you're saying they don't get SNAP benefits anymore because SNAP benefit recipients, as you guys probably don't know this either, they don't just go to people sitting on their couch all day. They actually go to people. We know that people work at Walmart. They're actually when you come in at Walmart, one of the first things you get is handed to you is benefits, qualifications. They say, this is what you're making. These are the hours. And these are the numbers you call to get what you're entitled to, because we're not going to give it to you here. And those are also what we call government handouts, but you're a full-time employee and Walmart is telling you, here's what else is going to be given to you because we're not going to do it. And the taxpayer's going to do it, but we're not. That's a full-time job. And you guys, I think we've been not educated properly in how the society is set up with these benefits, and the type of people that are depending on them are good people that are just trying to work hard and get through the day.
Yes. And so back to Herb Green's comment, well, we do grow some of our food, and I really love that you do that. I want to learn how to do my own compost. I think Bonnie and Michael, friends of ours, showed us a little bit about that. But, we have all kinds of fruit outside. We still buy it. I'll be honest, we still do. But I do want to do that. We have a beautiful garden now. We should take advantage of that. We have a big area to plant foods, and
that's great. Great idea.
We're not going to get animals and slaughter them, but we can do with the plants. Anyway, there's a new person here at the end. Where do they go? And I have Goop one at 3:56. Let me just read that quote, and then I'll go back to the beginning. At 3:56, man did not weave the web of life. He is merely a strand in it. Whatever he does to the web, he does to himself. Chief Seattle. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that.
All right. So there's a couple new ones, but I'll go. You guys are so smart. All right. Let's go back to the beginning.
We have a smart audience. I have to say, guys, I don't compliment you. I always give you guys props for being here and engaging with us and just being part of what we're doing. But I don't give you guys enough credit for how smart you are. You guys are pretty sharp. I love it.
You guys really are. It's really. Yeah. I really enjoy reading your comments and questions, because in real life, I can't have these conversations with the majority of people. We can with my father, my brother, mom, maybe a few other people, but not most people. I'll tell you that. Here's a funny one from 359. I know I keep saying I'm going to go back at 359 from Little Iggy 2010. Any tips on how to get my first girlfriend? Very unrelated to everything we're talking about. I thought that was cute and funny, kind of adorable. I wonder how old you are. That's the picture there looks like maybe a child drew it. Is really cute. So I'm not sure how old you are, or if you're male or female. I don't know.
Well, I'm gonna guess that Little Iggy was born in 2010, so we might not be talking to a child. We might be talking, and YouTube wouldn't let you see it anyways. I think they're starting to ban people that are signed up and you put your birthday in, right? And then they don't let you see videos that aren't for kids. So he's clearly over 18. But
yeah,
in this case, I would say he's in his mid to whatever 20 to that would be 25, wouldn't it? Or 15. Wait a minute, that's 15. 15. Oh, that would be under. I'm sorry, I don't know where my head was. My math is off. So you'd be 15 years old. Okay, that's a good question from a 15-year-old. Maybe you shouldn't be watching our show because it's not for kids. No, I don't know. Whatever. I'm just guessing.
I thought it was adorable. We won't get into it, but it's adorable. Welcome to the Homeless Left. Just be yourself. Okay.
Good advice. Be yourself. But how does it, by the way, just hypothetically, how does a 15-year-old be themselves living today as a 15? I'm just.
It must be very difficult. I can't imagine growing up right now when everyone's staring at their screens all day, and there's a lot of influence from TikTok and Instagram, and I don't even know what platform, Snapchat, everything. There's filters everywhere. Nobody is who they say they are. I don't know. It's it's really hard right now. I think it would be really hard for me.
I had to throw this up from Donald Duck.
Oh, Donald Duck and his parrot.
Oh, well, hey, we make each other smarter. We learn from you too, guys. We learn from you too. So thanks for that.
Okay. I'm going to ignore the things right now because then I'll start talking more. Let's see. I read Lauren's at 12:46 from Citizen Pendejo. I should just say it with that accent, huh, Matt? Citizen Pendejo. Pasta is right at 12:46. Pasta is right. Both Dems and Republicans are sending subsidies to Israel during the shutdown. At 2 p.m. Oh,
Yeah.
did I skip a whole hour? 2 p.m. Donald Duck's mom says, nice haircut, Craig. I agree. He's looking good these days. Good for him.
What time?
2 p.m. For some reason, I skipped a whole hour. Sorry, guys. You don't have to post that one.
It jumps around sometimes depending. Okay,
Oh,
I miss. Okay,
it's fine. It's Donald Duck just said, "Nice haircut, Craig."
Okay.
I thought so too.
Yeah.
Let's see. Molly Bird, hello, Molly. At 2:49 p.m., terrorists are anyone you don't agree with, and I agree with that statement. Thank you, Molly.
Yes. And this is we're talking about language changing. This is when Jay mentioned that Obama officially had the word militant changed, the definition of militant changed in the dictionary or whatever we say, our lexicon of information and the way the media reports. In 2012, Obama had militant change to mean to define any male in a particular age. So if you were in our target zone and you're killed and you're an innocent person, we can call you a militant because of your demographic. Because we told you are. And then we went on further and said, well, since 2012, we've seen other verbiage be messed with, like terrorist. Terrorist is, and maybe it's been this way the whole time, but it's so obvious now because you can just call anybody a terrorist, as we see Israel do every single day. Say, we got the terrorists. How many? No, you're killing civilians. No, they're all terrorists. Well, what about the babies? They're not terrorists. Well, they're going to grow up to be terrorists. So we got them. They also count as terrorist kills.
Yeah.
So we can do this however we want, whenever we want to fit our needs. People need to be aware of the language. It's a language trick. Don't fall for it.
All right. Herb Green at 250. Bill Gates is wanted for crimes against humanity for spreading those vaccines in Africa.
Yep.
Molly Bird responds with, Bill Gates is evil. He's buying up all the farmland here and using pesticides to feed us all with. Yeah, and as a healthcare worker, I don't like the guy. You know what? It's way deeper than that, Matt. I don't like him. I think he's this despicable person. Yuck.
Yeah.
And then I see my some coworkers, I guess during the pandemic, wearing shirts with Bill Gates' face on it and Dr. Fauci like with a halo and things. Oh, all right. At 252, Herb Green, Trump is owned by the Rothschilds. Another yuck. At 253, so everything Trump does is actually for the Rothschilds and the Jewish mob.
Well, we're owned by the country's owned by the Rothschilds, all the banks, right? So the banks own us, right? So that would be the Wells Fargo, JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley. So this is the families behind these banks and privatizing of the Federal Reserve, privatizing the banking system. They are who, we write the checks and we get to say we're writing the checks. We're sending taxpayer money to all these wars, but who are we going in debt to? Aren't they the ones in charge? I mean, so are we really in charge? And this is the debate I had with Craig. I've seen he's come more closer to my side over the last month, which is good because we're talking about the possibility that it's not just U.S. and Israel tied at the hip. It's that when you are in debt so much, you have a responsibility, even if you benefit from the action itself, you have a responsibility to say yes when that bank reaches out to you and says, we need you to do this. Just like when our banks reach out on our credit card, if you're in credit card debt, your bank at any time can tell you what to do. We had to switch out your thing. We had to, and people that have second and third mortgages, same thing, right? The bank will tell you, oh, sorry, we had to do this. We had to move some stuff around. Now we're going to need you to do this. Okay. Well, it'll be in your best interest because you get to have your thing, the thing you want. Remember, you get to have that. Well, now you got to do this for us. Do I have a choice? No, but you'll see the benefit. It's actually really good for you. You see, we're going to show you how this new, refi is going to work for you. But you don't really have a choice because we did some maneuvering on our end. So that's how it goes. So who owns the debt, or who controls the debt controls the thing. So it's the banks. That's it. Done. Rothschilds, yes, for sure.
255 from Roar Media. Meanwhile, OpenAI needs some government-backed securities to keep up with China. Total BS set up for a fall on the U.S. taxpayers again for running a terrible business plan. Thank you, Roar Media. And Roar Media posted a link, let me see, like 7 minutes ago. If you're still here, can you post that in the comments, please? I don't want it to disappear because these will disappear momentarily when the show's done. Thank you. And thanks for being on Roar Media at 2:59. Mary Poppins, one of my favorite people. Mary Poppins. Colonialism is built on the business model of forcing people to buy food. Think about that next time you go to the supermarket. I went to the supermarket today, Matt.
Yeah, but you didn't. You went to Glenn's.
I went to our friend's food bank. Yes.
You went to Glenn. So we've had Glenn on the show. Good dude. We talk about World Food Bank. We told you guys to go there. If you haven't heard about World Food Bank and you're in LA, you should go there because it's not like your normal Kroger / all those. Even Trader Joe's isn't the best. I mean, these Ralph's chains, Albertsons chains. I mean, these are not good entities. These are where all the chemicals and preservatives and the price hikes and all the crap they throw at. Every aisle has crap on it, right? Well,
yes.
If you're gonna go to the supermarket, I mean, yeah, hit a neighborhood mom and pop shop, hit a food bank. World Food Bank here in LA is really cool. Because
World Harvest, yeah.
World Harvest, yeah. World Harvest Food Bank. Check it out if you guys are in town. Glenn will we'll take care of you. He'll take care of you.
Tell him Leslie or Matt. And he'll let's see, at 3:09, Irv Green. Always remember, Tucker was fired for telling truth about the war in Ukraine. I'm not a Tucker fan, but he gets some of my respect for that. At 3:11, Molly Bird replies, Irv Green, Tucker has been very anti-war lately, and also respect him for that. He has said some vile things. Yes, I agree with you in the past, but he's right on about peace. And I agree with you, Molly. Years ago, I used to look at this Tucker guy, and I used to cringe. And a lot of the things that came out of his mouth, Matt, I did not like the guy for most things that came out of his mouth. But recently, in the last few years, the last several months, I started to gain respect for him, and I really like him now. I'm a follower. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I say the same about Candace Owens too. Wow, am I really saying that?
Well, it's not a crazy idea that people can change and evolve, and it's also not a crazy idea that somebody you don't like might say something you agree with, and that's okay. You don't have to shut your ears and go, I don't want to hear. It's like because if you're doing that, if you're going like this, when somebody says something because you don't like the person, but you don't want to, because you don't want to agree with them, you want to predetermine. If I agree with this person, what does that say about me? No, that's the wrong approach. By the way, if you're doing that in that regard, you're probably also covering your ears when somebody you like says something you don't like. And that's a massive problem. We love to cover. Trumpers are doing it right now. MAGAs are covering their ears when Trump does something that they don't agree with. They have to pretend that he didn't do it or maneuver it. And the Democrats did the same thing with Biden. They pretended he didn't. He wasn't losing his mental capacities. They called it a stutter. They want to pretend that the Democrats weren't taking away democracy and not having a primary. They want to pretend all these things because they don't want to hear it because it doesn't line up, right? Because that's the good guy, bad guy. We're done with good guy, bad guys. All right, guys? No more good guys, bad guys. We're gonna take people on the validity of what they say and what they do, not who they are and where they came from.
Thank you, Matt. At 3:17, I thought this one was funny. From Airwaves, I still feel sorry for Ben Shapiro's never been gratified wife. That's funny,
dude,
Airwaves.
This dude. Yeah, thanks, anyway.
At 3:20, Citizen Pendejo. Pastor raised a great point on his way out. Venezuela is armed to the teeth. He also says,
we know that we know Venezuela's armed to the teeth, and we know they have vigilante groups and citizen militias ready to go. We know personally because we've been there and we covered the Tupamaros, which is a
Matt, tell your audience again where to find your movie.
Oh yeah, you guys can check this out. We have a award-winning documentary called Tupamaro, Urban Guerrillas. You guys can see all about the armed militias that are in Venezuela. We went there to see it ourselves, and you can find that film on Amazon Prime. And let me throw I think I have it here. Let's see. Here we go. Just type this in on Prime. Tupamaro, Urban Guerrillas. It'll come right up. You don't even have to type in Urban Guerrillas. It'll come up when you say Tupamaro. Check it out.
There's no other movie or documentary with that name. So when you guys see a very tall, I don't want to say that word. I was going to say a white, tall, bald dude. That's Matt. So you come out, I think, towards the end or maybe in the middle. I don't know. But that's Matt.
I'm behind the scenes. I'm behind the scenes.
But you come out at the end with all the fun kids and saying hi to everyone.
No, that's your mix. That's our movie we did in Nicaragua.
That's in Nicaragua. Never mind.
I come out from behind the camera on that one. We did a movie in Nicaragua.
That was in Nicaragua. I haven't even been there.
And that one, unfortunately, is not on. Oh, that one's on YouTube. We got that one on YouTube, but it was actually did a run on Al Gore's network back in the day. You guys remember Current TV? So he let us have that film on that network. They were based in San Francisco. We did a film in Nicaragua about the abortion ban and the Catholic Church and all that stuff. But this is the one. If you guys want to know what's going on in Venezuela on the ground, check this out on Prime right now. Executive produced by the late great Ed Asner. You guys can learn all about how the society got basically destroyed by American imperialism, and the police won't do their job because they're not paid anything. They can't survive. They can't do their job. So the people have to do it for them, and they have to basically take to the streets and, basically be a league of Batmen who take the law into their own hands. So it's pretty chaotic. It's pretty chaotic, but we caused it. And then we create 4 million refugees from Venezuela after we annihilate their infrastructure, their economy, steal all of their shit. And we're still doing it now because we made this movie a few years back. And now, I mean, it's still happening. It's still going on. And by the way, that psychopath, just so you guys know, you want to see that psychopath that we've been covering on here? I haven't mentioned this one too much, but what's her name? Maria Corina Machado, this resistance movement, this leader who's hiding right now, who's trying to lie to us about what's going on in Venezuela and act as if 90% of the population want U.S. intervention, which is a complete lie. Only 3% of them want that. 97% of them no, even if they don't like Maduro, which a lot of them don't, but they don't want us to come. Are you effing kidding me? They don't. Anyways, that nut job is in our film. We went to interview her before she was, I guess, this big, and she acted like a complete jerk on set. And when our guy was putting the sound on her before we started rolling, she started attacking our sound guy and saying, "What are you doing?" and tried to pretend that she was being assaulted by the sound guy. That happened. This psychopath.
Oh, goodness.
Just so you guys know, Maria Corina Machado is a nut job. We knew it when we filmed her, and this was many, many years ago, and she behaved like that to us off camera, just so you guys know. But she's in the film. Go check it out.
All right. And
she's in the film lying about the supermodels in the film. We put it in the film so you guys can see that she's lying in the movie.
How long ago was this?
Well, I think we filmed her. Oh my God. We filmed that interview in 2015 or 2016.
Okay.
The movie came out in 2017 and then Prime picked it up in 2019. So it's been a while. Yeah.
Got it. Where did I leave off? Let's see, at 3:21. Did I already read this from Citizen? I will say that's an opinion shared by many across the continent. Venezuela is not going to be a cakewalk. All right, moving on from Venezuela. Herb Green at 3:23. Even though they sold out, Know Your Enemy is a great song. Oh, I thought you would appreciate this because you're a fan of Rage Against the Machine.
Yes.
Know Your Enemy is a great song by Rage Against the Machine. Thanks, Herb Green.
Cool.
At 3:29, Stump Doll can't defend or justify the slaughter and genocide in Gaza. Ben could never win. Israel's best hope is to stop the damn lies and propaganda. They only dig their grave deeper, showing their power. Their power. Did I have that wrong?
No, I think
OUSG. Is that a typo?
I don't know. I don't know.
Maybe I don't know what they're saying.
Yeah.
But no, I know the rest of what they're saying. Thank you, Stumpdoll. And nice to see you on here. This was nice of Herb Green to say at 3:30. This show is always good. Thank you.
Oh, cool. Thank you. Thank you, Herb. Appreciate it. Appreciate
Matt
it.
really, yeah. He puts his sweat and blood and tears into this show. So we appreciate these types of comments. Thank you. This was funny. There was a whole string of messages about Cheney. Molly Little Bird at 3:31. Yes, celebrate warmonger Cheney dead. And a lot of people agreed with that. Herb Green, one less murderer on Earth is always positive. Let's see, 3:31 Molly Bird. None of the warmongers ever gets out punished for war crimes. No, they never do they?
Mm-hmm.
And actually, I don't know. Are they celebrating his beautiful life of peace and prosperity, and are they lowering the USA flag in his honor? And
they have to celebrate him because his daughter Liz has aligned with the Democratic Party establishment, and they have to retroactively rewrite the War on Terror years because they can't have it be as bad as Trump. Trump has to be the worst thing that's ever happened, not just to us as a country. Trump has to be the worst thing that's ever happened specifically to the Republican Party. So you can't elevate Darth Vader Cheney, shoot my friend in the face, effing, no heart Cheney. You have to repackage him as a guy who maybe we just kind of disagreed with. He was very strong on military, very strong. During 9/11, we had to respond harshly. We got WMDs wrong, but they don't. You turn these on right now. They're not telling us that he lied to us on purpose. They're not telling us that. They're saying we got it wrong. Okay. But he was a man of conviction. And now his daughter had enough sense to see. And Dick Cheney had enough sense because he put I'm saying it in quotes, he had air quotes. He had enough sense to go put a video out and tell people that Trump is the worst thing that's ever happened to his party. And that's why he's voting for Kamala, which he did. And so did Liz. So this is why you can't be honest about his history. And here we are. And Obama is the one that told us, we don't look back. The way we do lawyering is we look forward, not at past crimes. We look at forward crimes. I'd love to have Obama as my lawyer. That would be great. Wouldn't you love a lawyer who could walk in a courtroom and tell the judge and jury not to look backwards when they're assessing the crime and assessing the suspect and assessing the evidence? We look forward. Oh, well, then I guess case dismissed, which is what happened to Dick Cheney and George Bush after their crimes against humanity during that War on Terror years. But they're not going to tell you that anymore. That's been wiped off the books.
Thanks, Matt. At 3:34 from Stumpdoll. So some conversations about the vaccine. No vax for me. Trust is gone. Long, long, long gone. Roar Media at 3:38. They grow the vaccines on GMO pork gelatin. Yuck. There's like 3 negatives there.
Oh.
And yeah. Trust is gone for me too, Stumpdoll. Again, healthcare here, and I don't advocate for especially the COVID vaccine and like 1,000 vaccines for newborns, for infants, toddlers, children, all across their years. My goodness. Got a lot of homework to do for me and you. All right. Let's see. Roar Media, more comments about the vaccine and Mercury. At 3:40, they need the Mercury to cause the immune reaction to open the door to let the vaccines in. They knew it was horribly damaging, but justified it. Bottom line, the whole industry is a farce. And all of this because money, right? Profit over people, Matt. Always.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that, Roar Media.
Let's see. Donald Duck's mom at 3:47. Thank you, Matt. There's probably a correlation with these premature deaths and the COV vaccine. Are we on YouTube with the vaccine?
Yeah.
The 2021 warp speed. Oh, the parrot.
But we're not doctors, although one of us is a nurse. but we're not qualified to have this discussion. I want Bill Gates to tell me he's qualified because he's the one who invested in the mRNA technology in 2019. He invested $50 million and then made $500 million off of it when he took it out in 2021. So he had 3 years, a 2.5 year turnaround. So he's the guy that did the rounds on the networks he owns, because philanthropy says you can go give money to news networks and then you can kind of parade around and do whatever you want as you're pushing the product that you invested in, which is mRNA technology, and then go around and tell everyone to do it. So I'm going to listen to that guy who's not a doctor, never went to college, but he seems to know what he's talking about. And the media lets him talk and nobody ever challenges him. So I assume that's because he's telling the truth.
All right. We're nearing the end. Let's see. I thought this was funny. Citizen Pendejo at 405. Sometimes being yourself does not work on women, Matt. What do you have to say about that? I think, yes, you have to woo. You have to woo us. You have to woo women. But we do want you to be yourself. We want to love your true self, because your best self is not going to be forever. Hopefully it is. You want to be your best self always with women or whoever you're dating. But we also want to see your true self and see if we can love you through that, and vice versa too. We're going to be our best selves in the beginning. But we also want our partner, our lover to love us for who we are too. So it does work. Be yourself, but we do want to.
You don't want to go on a first date and make it a therapy session of confession. So you want to put a good foot forward.
Yeah.
If you're looking for a good time and that's it, then you can go ahead and exaggerate all you want, have a good time. If you're looking for a good life, be ready to share who you are at the right time and in good time, and just be vulnerable and open for that. And that's what they want. They want you to be honest and real. But yeah, you don't have to dump it all them on day one. But
yeah, don't do that.
Be ready to be who you are. Know who you are. I mean, that's the right one, right? Know who you are. Because if you don't know who you are, how the hell else is someone going to... Yeah.
And
so
listen and pay attention, guys.
Yeah.
Listen. Okay, let's see. Just one or two more. 413 Citizen. Alignment on one issue is allowed, Leslie, especially if it refers to an injustice like Gaza. Absolutely. And a lot of links are posted. Roar Media, if you can please post that in the comments as well. I'll try to do it. I just don't want to miss any. Herb Green, Stumptall, thank you so much for hanging in there. Let's see.
Hey,
oh
come
gosh,
on, Airway. Pale, very pale, tall guy. Oh, that's the shirt. It's the white shirt. It's making the rest of me extra pale. But yeah, I get it.
He has a little tan sometimes,
Yeah, a little bit.
You guys are funny.
Yeah.
Stumptall says, love yourself or you will never trust anyone that loves you. You got to love thyself. Love yourself first. Thank you, Roar Media.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think
don't forget to like, subscribe, support us if you can. We appreciate everything and anything. And new followers, thank you so much for being here with us. Thank you, Matt, for having me. I wish I could read all the comments. You guys are so funny and smart. I love these.
Yeah. You guys can show us support on locals. We haven't had too much engagement on there lately. When we started it a little while ago, we did it first, and then maybe I need to post more on there for you guys. But other than that, you can still do a Rumble rant. You can do a super chat, and I'll see them because I'm going to do one more segment with you guys, and then which is coming right up. And if you get those on there, I promise to get them up before we go out, before we sign off here. So yeah, hit us up on any of those ones there. So that's it. Hey Leslie, thank you for the engagement today.
Always.
And, yeah.
This is fun. I love talking to all your peeps. Really cool. Thank you guys for having me. There's like so many great new comments that there's no time. Thank you guys, and I'll see you. I'm not going to be here next week, but I will be here the week after that.
Don't forget to follow Leslie.
That's my Twitter.
There's her Twitter. All right, Nurse Leslie, thanks so much. We'll see you next time.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, bye. All right. Good stuff, guys. And yes, I should compliment you more on how smart you are, because you guys give us so much to talk about, so much to think about, and I learn from you. We learn from you too. We all learn from each other. I guess that's the idea. Okay, great. Let's do that last segment. I had saved a HOLLYWOKE for you, and it's somewhat a good news. I might, if we keep getting these pushbacks in HOLLYWOKE, if they keep happening, we might change the name of this segment to something else like Ziowood, because that's what we're really seeing. We're seeing the people standing up against this machine, the entertainment machine. It's pretty wild here, guys. It's really wild. And you guys know how wild it's gotten because of the last 2 years and the genocide. And look what happens when people say something and they're not allowed to because they have to keep their jobs and their managers. You've seen it all. Okay. So let me set this one up. I think we're good to go. Final segment here. It's yeah, this one's going to be kind of This Week in Ziowood. Maybe I will change it. I might change it to This Week in Ziowood if this keeps up. But we'll still call it HOLLYWOKE. We'll still call it HOLLYWOKE. Okay. Here we go. All right, we're good. Let's do it, guys. HOLLYWOKE time, or Ziowood, whatever you prefer. Here we go. This weekend, HOLLYWOKE. We're calling it Ziowood today. We've been covering the protesting against Israel, specifically the Israeli companies that have been part of the studios, not just the studios themselves. We know the recent news that Larry Ellison, lifelong Zionist, CIA dude, whose company Oracle started as a CIA operation, Oracle, and he's a multi-billionaire who now has bought Paramount. You guys know we covered all of his investments with CBS, TikTok. He owns TikTok now. We also, there's a whole string of networks from CNN to MTV, but the Paramount one is the one that hits really hard here, because when we see on the flip side, the actors and crew and, union workers here, whether they're in SAG or WGA, or IATSE. IATSE is the crew union here. So these are the people that work all of the spots, all of the movie crews that are dwindling down little by little, not even just because of the Zionist stuff, but because of AI. So we have a massive problem going on here in the movie industry. But this list of celebrities, and not just the celebrities are the ones that get mentioned, but it's actually, the list has grown to 15,000. There's been now 15,000 actors or crew members that have signed the petition to boycott Israel, which means they won't be working on films that have Israeli companies behind them, whether that's post-production or any company needed during production, whether it's a food craft service company or a makeup or wardrobe department, whatever it is. And there's a lot of post departments. There's special effects companies. There's marketing, distribution companies. So any company that's tied to the film itself that is an Israeli-based company, these actors and crew members will not work on. The newest celebrities, and we'll say celebrities, the top of the list that get mentioned that have a lot of influence, that have been added to this list this week, and this is why we're following up on this story, is none other than Superman actors. These Superman actors, that would be the lead actors of Superman, not the whole cast, certainly not the director. We'll get to that. David Cornsweet, or however you pronounce his name, the main actor of Superman, along with the actress that plays Supergirl, have both decided to join this Workers for Palestine petition, as the number has reached 15,000 that have signed on to this petition. Okay, let's get to the story by Fiction Horizon. David Corenswet, the new Superman, and Miley Alcock, who's known to playing Supergirl, she appears at the end of the film in the DCU, are getting attention after adding their names to the film workers for Palestine pledge. The campaign calls on film industry workers to stop with Israeli film groups that are said to have links to genocide and apartheid against Palestinians. The pledge was launched back in September, and is asking actors, filmmakers, production crew avoiding festivals and companies in Israel that, according to the group, play a part in the ongoing conflict. So 5,000 have already signed. No, it's more than that. Where did I've been seeing, okay, the numbers have been shifting. I thought it was much more than 5,000, but that's a good number. If it is 5,000, if that's the current number, we'll go with the 5,000. That's still really good, especially because it includes a lot of A-list actors like Olivia Colman, Emma Stone, Mark Ruffalo, Tilda Swinton, Javier Bardem, Cynthia Nixon. We know that these people have a lot of influence when they're showing up to these events, and they're saying, I'm not just wearing a pin. I'm not just wearing the Palestinian colors. I'm saying I will not take a job if it's linked to Israel. So this is very, very good news. Now, of course, and here's where we get to the hard part, the pledge has caused division. Some Hollywood figures obviously have chosen not to sign, including, by the way, including the rest of the Superman cast and the director. We're going to get to that soon. And they prefer to stay away from the political statements. I'm not talking about the Zionists, the psychopaths like Gal Gadot, Deborah Messing. Those guys are just insane. They are, just in these like lunatic monologues, talking about how we have to stop these people, and that how Israel this, Israel that, we need to protect Israel. Everything else is anti-Semitic. We know that's going on, but I'm talking about there's a bunch of people in Hollywood that just want to keep their mouths shut. So this has led to ongoing arguments on social media, film events, within movie productions. Hollywood now appears to be split. This is good. This is good that Hollywood is split. Hollywood never was split on this issue. Hollywood has always been overwhelmingly 99.999% on the side of Israel and Zionism. It's only been these small little voices that have been kicked to the side, made an example of. Vanessa Redgrave, one of the prime examples, been made example of after she received her Oscar in 1978. She was brushed aside, not invited to parties, holding an Oscar in her hand, nobody wanting to talk to her because she dared to call out the Zionists who were threatening her life for making a documentary about Palestine in 1978. So we've come a long way. So now we have this battle. But let's say, why is Superman so important? Let's look at that, because you guys know we covered that on the show. And the movie itself is saying something about the ongoing genocide. It's actually saying something. Whether James Gunn, the director, meant for it to be saying something or not, it sounds like he didn't. He did not mean for it to be saying something. Well, guess what? That's what happens in art sometimes. Sometimes, as creators, we have to be okay with the fact that the thing we created and the reason we created it and the purpose behind the thing that we created became something else. We have to be fine with that sometimes. And that's the power of art. That's the power of storytelling, that it can go beyond the thing that it was originally intended to do, as Superman did in this case. Let this TikToker explain it. This is the best breakdown I've heard thus far of the Superman movie and what's happening as a result of the impact on the Palestinian movement. Here we go.
A new Superman movie because I heard it was pro-Palestine, but I did not expect it to actually be pro-Palestine. So let me tell you all the connections that are in the movie, but be warned, there may be a few spoilers. At the very beginning of this movie, we're introduced to this country called Boravia, which is a US-backed ally we have a strong and deep relationship with, who is led by this guy, who everyone's saying is Netanyahu, but I think he's more of a representation of the first Prime Minister of Israel, David Ben-Gurion, who you can see the similarity here. And Boravia is invading their neighbors, the brown nation of Jarampur, who are unarmed, and they're working with Lex Luthor to steal the resources and land from these indigenous people. So Superman, being the hero he is, sides with the Jarimpurians and steps in to stop Bravia from invading. This makes the US government very upset at Superman, and so they conspire with Lex Luthor to throw him in prison, just like they're doing to deport and detain pro-Palestinian activists and students in this country. The movie literally explains how they want to steal Jarimpur to get to the petroleum and resources underneath. And if we look to the real world, Gaza has a ton of natural gas resources, and Israel has already sold billions of dollars in gas contracts to companies to extract Gaza's gas as soon as the Palestinians are either ethnically cleansed or all killed in Gaza. Jarimpur literally looks like it could be Gaza or somewhere in the Middle East, and they show Bravian soldiers trying to shoot an unarmed child. But luckily, the heroes save the day and kick out the oppressors. And at the end of the movie, Hawk Girl grabs Ben Gurion and drops him to his death. It's a delight to watch, honestly. My favorite scene has to be when they show that Lex Luthor has created an army of monkeys spreading online propaganda against Superman and the people of Jarimpur because they want to take it over and steal their resources and land. It's literally this. It's the Hasbara Israeli paid bot farms. I truly enjoy this movie. Shout out to the director for putting these themes of resistance and oppression into his movie. You guys should go watch it, I guess. But follow me for more. Thank you, and free Palestine.
Wow. So, yeah, he gives a shout out to the director. Well, again, I said we're going to get to that in a second. Don't hold your breath on James Gunn because he didn't mean any of this at all. But let's see some of the reactions to David Corenswet, him getting putting his name on the list of people that are boycotting Israel in this industry right now. Adam Emedia tweets out, Superman boycotts Israel. David Corenswet joins the boycott of the Israeli film industry. Israel may own our political and media class, but they will never own the hearts of the people. Well, they fight for the hearts of the people. I have to say that we got to give them at least the credit that they use the politics and media, particularly media. They use media to get the hearts of the people because they know how to do that with crazy taglines and one-liners and fear-mongering little snippets and the words going across the screen. You see the words going across our screen tells you what's in the episode. It's not designed to fearmonger. It's designed to let you know what we're covering today and where you can find us and who's coming on the show. But you know that they have a whole technique of triggering your emotion when you see something horrific or a headline that makes you emote. But the part Adam's saying here that they will never own the hearts of the people is because we can still kind of find ourselves most effective fighting back against the political and media capture with our storytelling. So even though the entertainment industry itself is captured, we can create our own entertainment, our own media, and that's what this is. That's what it all starts to merge together. By the way, our journalism starts to merge with our entertainment when we make documentaries, when we interview people, and we learn how to tell stories, or we can write scripts that reflect on the current events. We use time and space from earlier happenings in different lands, different times, and we use it to make analogies to what's happening now. We create worlds like the DC universe, and we can reflect with fake countries, and we'll see the similarities in these fake countries to what we're experiencing right now, as what happened in the Superman movie. Now let's get to the part where the director is not on board for what his art ended up doing. Variety reports James Gunn says that he didn't write Superman to be a stand-in for Israel and Palestine. Well, thank you for correcting that for us, Director Gunn, with the vision that you have. So amazing about a vision you had that did not include that. Absolutely, 100% of that movie was written and done before anything ever happened between Israel and Palestine. Well, now we know you're lying because you can't tell us, James, that 100% of a movie was written before anything happened between Israel and Palestine. You can tell us that you wrote it before October 7th. Okay, fine. But for you to tell us that nothing happened between Israel and Palestine doesn't make any sense. You weren't even alive when Israel and Palestine conflicts. I gotta check your age, James. But 1948, the Nakba, I believe you were not alive for that, James Gunn, unless you're way older than you look. So no, you didn't write the Superman script before Israel was founded on the death and backs and the raping and pillaging and murdering and capturing of the Palestinian people that were there in 1948 when Israel took it, when Israel came to be, that colonialization happened. Okay, so we know you're lying there or you're dumb. He goes on, and everyone continues to refuse to believe that that's not what it's about. It's not. It just isn't. You can take whatever you want from that to mean what you want, but please, God, no, please don't come after me. I didn't mean it. It's a total coincidence. What do you mean coincidence? How could it be a coincidence? I thought Israel was the good guys. Why would anybody watching your film think the bad guy in your film was Israel? Why would anyone in Israel think that the bad guys in your film was Israel when Israel are the good guys? We would have no reason to make that correlation. We wouldn't make that, James. Why do you need to tell us this? Very interesting. Here we go. So Larry Ellison, new owner of Paramount, according to Iris, Paramount has now blacklisted the stars deemed overtly anti-Semitic and won't work with them. Oh, so you're going to boycott the boycott. Now that makes sense. You've been boycotted, Paramount, by these people because you're owned by Larry Ellison. These people don't want to work with Israeli-backed companies, and now you're going to boycott them. Ah, okay. I get it. It sure looks like the likes of Javier Bardem, Joaquin Phoenix, Emma Stone, Mark Ruffalo won't be making movies for Paramount in the foreseeable future. Ooh, I bet they're scared. Well, good that Paramount had to double down and say, well, you don't want to work with us? Well, we don't want to work with you. Under the newly appointed head, David Ellison, this is the son of Larry, okay? Paramount has made it clear that it won't do business as usual in Hollywood any longer. They're trying to reconfigure the landscape and it's already taken a toll. Variety gives insight to what's coming at Paramount. As you know, Paramount executives have been outspoken about their stance on the conflict at Gaza. Of course they have. Top-down instructions. This past September, the company became the first major Hollywood studio to publicly reject a high-profile letter. So they rejected the letter that Emma Stone and Javier Bardem, and now David Corenswet has now signed, that urged the cultural boycott of Israeli film institutions accused of engaging in genocide and apartheid against Palestinians. Oh, and then Warner Brothers also took that position. So they're not going to be working with Warner Brothers either. Well, there they are. There's that lineup. Sources tell Variety that has gone as far as Paramount, creating a sort of blacklist. You are going to blacklist the boycotters. Love it. Good plan, guys. You're blacklisting the talent of the studio will not be working with these people because they're boycotting you, so you're going to blacklist them. Okay, we got this. They're deemed to be overtly anti-Semitic as well as xenophobic. And to top it all off, homophobic. Well, good for you, Paramount, for setting the record straight on that one. And good for James Gunn for letting us know that his art is smarter than he is. That his vision that he went in with isn't nearly as powerful as the vision that came out. Thanks for letting us know that you just drove the bus. You didn't really know what you were driving, did you, James? You were just the guy that got in that driver's seat and said, come on, everybody, we're making a Superman movie. Well, your Superman movie ended up being something bigger than it ever was meant to be. And that is, by definition, what we call amazing art. That doesn't happen very often. especially today. So kudos to the actors who are on board with this and anybody else who can get this message out there about this film. And Superman is actually somebody for the people. The actor himself is standing up and doing the thing that the character is supposed to do and hasn't done since Christopher Reeve. Has not behaved this way since Christopher Reeve. He's behaving now, not just on screen, but in real life. And that is this week in HOLLYWOKE. Okay. Let's wrap it up, guys. Let's wrap up the show. Thank you so much for partaking today. I'll try to I think I bookmark a few more comments. I'll throw them up at the end here. I want to thank everyone who participated. I want to thank Due Dissidents and all your guys that came over from that other stream. If you're still watching, thanks so much. That's awesome, you guys. Don't forget to like, subscribe to the channel so you get the notifications when you know that we're going live again. We're back Tuesdays, Thursdays. We'll be back next week. Thank you so much, Craig Pasta Jardula, Jay Scott, and to Leslie RN, Nurse Leslie. Thank you all for your contributions today. Good to have you on the show. Make it a real team effort as it was today, where Tuesday I was kind of solo. Next week, it looks like we're going to be, I'll unofficially announce this. It's not locked in the time yet, but I believe we might be hosting a guest we haven't had on the show before. This will be the first time having Nico House on the show with us. We're locking it in for next Thursday. Hopefully, that's on the books soon. Garland Nixon's is going to Moscow, so we're able to do a show with him on his show, but he'll be back with me, or I'll be back on his show soon once he gets done with his Moscow trip. And I think that's all we got for now. Don't forget to check out Truthwire. They'll be on tomorrow. That's Craig and Fee, Pasta and Fee on Truthwire. And we'll see you back here next Tuesday. I'll leave you guys with this on the way out. This one kind of did the rounds last couple days. TikToker dude, he's going to remind you that everything is fake. Everything. And they warned us about this in The Matrix in 1999, and it's ever so true. Never been more true than it is today. Everything is fake. We'll leave you with that on the way out. Have a great weekend, everybody. And remember, go out the world with the same approach. Be consistent, right? With your principle. Have those principles ready. Courage, very important. And of course, conviction. Have the conviction to follow through with those principles and that courage. And that's what it's about, guys. I'm Matt Weinglass here at the Homeless Left, your non-tribal approach to news. We'll see you guys next week. And remember, power to the people and free Palestine. We're out.
Is fake, man. The media is fake. The jobs are fake. The money's fake. Politics fake. Religion's fake. People are fake. Friends are fake. Everything is fake. Nothing is real anymore. We have traded authenticity for convenience. We have traded truth for comfort. And we're surrounded by the illusions that we helped build. The media is feeding you fear. The job is draining your soul. The money's being printed from nothing but controlling everything. The politics is dividing you into teams that both work for the same system. Religion is telling you to find God outside yourself. Your friends are following trends more than they follow truth. And the family stopped talking once technology gave them better distractions. You scroll more than you feel. You post more than you speak. You know more about strangers online than your own blood. The science lies when there's money involved. Pharma profits when you're sick. And NASA is selling you dreams while the whole world is burning. Everything that's supposed to help you hurts you. Everything that's supposed to unite you divides you. And everything that's supposed to make you smarter is making you dependent. And we've forgotten how to be human. We've lost touch with nature, with silence, with each other. We're seeking truth in systems designed to hide it. And the only way to get out, man, is to going back in. Back to presence, back to truth, back to real connection. And it starts with awareness. You got to question it all. You got to unplug from the things that drain you and reconnect with the things that ground you. You got to talk to your people. You got to touch the earth, hug a tree, listen more than you scroll. Because the system is going to continuously win when you forget who you are. But the moment you remember it, you're going to break it. So remember, tribe, it's always about leaving people better than we found them. So we gotta help the people unplug from this. Open their eyes and seek truth over comfort always. Until tomorrow, tribe, namaste.